morning, everyone. Everyone who are here and also those who have joined us online. I'm Pranita, and it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to this event, Reimagining Care in India, Engaging Men, Advancing Equity. On behalf of International Center for Research on Women, ICRW Asia. Care, this simple four-lettered word, encompasses so much. In a way, it is fundamental to our lives. How we live, how we connect with each other, how we sustain ourselves and others. Our ability to care to ourselves. And I always start with ourselves because that's also very critical, especially from women's perspective. For children, elders, partners, community, and now even more so our planet, is central to our survival, our collective survival. And yet, care remains deeply inequitable. In India, as much globally, caregiving is highly gendered. I mean, all of you are quite familiar with this. Women continue to bear a disproportionate burden of unpaid care and domestic work. As per the Time Use Survey 2024, on average, women spends around 300 minutes each day on unpaid domestic work and another 140 minutes on caregiving activities, which is almost 3 times more than what men spends. This imbalance creates what we often call as time poverty, limiting women's ability to participate in paid work, pursue education, skills, even have leisure time. Why only work? And engage fully in public life. For decades, feminist scholars and practitioners have emphasized that care must be recognized, reduced, and redistributed, not only as a matter of social justice, but also as a prerequisite for achieving gender equality and enabling women's economic participation. However, what we often see that conversation on care often focus primarily on economic value of work. Not that it is not important, but care is more than work. Care is deeply relational. It involves emotional investment, communication, empathy, connection within families and communities. And these dimensions of care, particularly within spousal and family relationship, we rarely discuss these within the policy and programmatic frameworks and spaces. And if you really look closely, these are the spaces where many gender inequalities are existing, are reproduced, are reinforced. Across the studies, and even in our lived experiences, we see social norms continues to position men primarily as providers and women as caregivers. And this is how we all collectively, men and women, they also see the respective roles. The study that was done as under the state of fatherhood, it had highlighted almost 3/4 of the men said that they are contributing or playing the role of caregiving by providing, by earning and providing for the family. And this sort of framing actually does two things. While disproportionately burdening women, it also limits men. It restricts their opportunity to engage fully as caregiver, to build deeper relationship, and to experience the emotional dimension of care. And at the same time, we also see there is sign of change and there are opportunities. Evidence suggests that many men are changing and many more are open to change. again, in this study that we had done, we were part of on the state of fatherhood, showed that at least half of the men were very supportive of young boys or men being like, learning skills around caregiving. Somewhere there was this whole understanding that care is also some sort of skill. Apart from a nurturing role, it is something which can be learned and done. This study also highlighted the importance that there is a recognition, the importance of spending time with children, partners, and that men also gain out of this, that they feel satisfied, they feel emotional connect. So overall, if we really closely look at it, the question before us is not whether change is possible. It is possible, but how we enable it, what evidence is available, and how we scale and sustain it. And this is where this work, and I would say our collective work, comes in. More specifically about the work that we have done and what we are going to share. Over the past few months, we examined how different programs in India are engaging men and boys in caregiving. We did a landscaping exercise comprising of targeted literature review and key informant interviews with range of stakeholders, and we'll hear much more about the study, the findings, which my colleagues will share. Through this, we explored different approaches which organizations are adopting, pathways of change, key enablers and barriers, including what are the existing gaps and what are the possible recommendations to inform efforts to strengthen men's role in caregiving. Our findings showed that engaging men in care is not simply about asking men to help at home. It is about reimagining care. Reimagining care as a shared responsibility, challenging rigid gender norms, and creating enabling environment where both men and women can participate and share responsibilities, not just within household, but also state has a role to play in sharing the responsibility. It also requires rethinking masculinities, what it does to individuals' thinking and lived experiences. It's also about strengthening evidence. I think the question is whether we have enough evidence, do we know enough as to what and how this can be done? Building narratives that resonate and designing policies and programs that support more equitable caregiving arrangement. And that is where, and that is why we are here collectively. Today's event, online and in person, brings together practitioners, funders, researchers to reflect on these insights and collectively think what it will take for us to move forward. We will begin with the presentation which my colleagues will do from the study alongside listening practitioners' first-hand experience, and followed by panel discussions. We'll have 3 panel discussions that will explore critical questions emerging from the study itself, from countering the influence of Manosphere, sustaining behavioral change, to mobilizing resource for this work. We can never forget about resources. But all through, we'll have a lot of space for collective dialogue. So this is going to be a conversation, two-way conversation where we will have panelists to share their perspective, their experience, but there'll be a lot of space for everyone in this space. And also online, sadly, we'll have just one-way interaction online, but we'll also take questions and reflections from there. Our overall hope is that this conversation helps advance thinking on how care can be better recognized, valued, and shared, so that caregiving doesn't become continue to be an invisible responsibility of women alone, but a collective commitment that benefits families, communities, and society as a whole. We are glad to have all of you present here and online for this critical discussion. I'm just looking online there because that's where the Zoom is. Thank you for joining us, and we are looking forward to having this conversation. And with this, I invite three of my colleagues: Radhika, who is Senior Technical Specialist, Gender and Development, ICRW Asia; Aniket, who is independent consultant, research consultant, who is working with us, ICRW; and Dr. Jayanti Prakash, Sisme Workshop India. Over to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranita, and welcome everyone. So yeah, I think like Pranita already shared, I would like to start by sharing the objective and the rationale behind this study. A lot of you were present in the fatherhood event that we had, I think, right here. And this particular study is like the next step of that study. And we wanted to look at the strategies and models that are promoting men's and boys' role in caregiving. And I think what we were able to do is look at 23 papers, reports, and articles, very specifically in the Indian context. We did not want to go global. And we were able to speak to 11 participants from CSOs, media organizations, donor representatives, and researchers. We try to maximize the diversity as much as possible across geography, age group of participants that these programs are engaging, and the sites of engagement where they work. We try to look at programs that have a very specific focus on care, but like many of us know that these organizations broadly had a gender equality and gender norm shifting goal, and care was a very core component within it. The programs that engaged fathers, these included early childhood development as an entry point. And through KIIs and literature, we were able to look at 14 programs. We, of course, did a thematic analysis of the data we had. And of course, the study was conceptualized because there was limited literature in this space, and we also saw it as a limitation. And what we have found in this study is more of individual experiences, and more systemic studies are required for us to understand this body of work in more detail. So I would go over the program characteristics that we saw when we did this study. The places where these programs engaged were both schools as well as communities, and some of the programs were active in both these spaces. There were several entry points that we saw where access to livelihood and social protection is a key area that men and boys want support, due to which then they are, I think, more open to engaging in this kind of program. And of course, for fathers, I think speaking about parent-child relationships is really key. The objectives, like I spoke about during the, I think, initial slide, that these programs had a gender-based norms shifting kind of approach, and care was one of the components in it. And programs that engaged fathers were around early childhood development. The program structure was usually a 1 year program with either fortnightly or weekly sessions for an hour or two. And the range was between 6 months to a year. And we had a couple of outliers where the programs went on up till 3 years. And like we all are familiar, a lot of activity and action based components were there as part of the pedagogy, so that participants are able to reflect on the everyday, I think, happenings where these gender norms play out. And lastly, organizations did recognize the need for multi stakeholder engagement, because the way men and boys learn gender is through various stakeholders, and I think circles that influence their understanding of gender. And then looking at some effective strategies that organizations came up with after a lot of back and forth, after a lot of iterations of their program cycles. The first one was starting with men's own vulnerabilities. I think it has been a very ongoing conversation as to why will men and boys participate in such programs. So starting with their own issues and vulnerabilities has been a strategy. Secondly, the goal is gender equality. So I think a gender synchronous approach where not just men, but also the women and girls in their lives are engaged has been a effective strategy. We all have been speaking a lot about men and boys are not just coming to the programs. So I think what we have seen organizations do is meet them on Sundays, on weekends, late in the evenings, even in the nights. So that has been something that has been going on field. Like I spoke earlier, I think the role of breadwinner is really on top of the minds of young men and boys. So how can organizations have tried how they can support to fulfill this need for them through support networks such as providing them either with jobs or some government schemes. um, Apart from that, within communities where organizations have been present for long, they have tried to have some sort of peer support groups and alumni networks which help sustain and keep this change ongoing. Activity and action based ideas are effective for people, men and boys, to think about how gender and masculinity shows up in everyday spaces. And of course, I think uh, giving them the encouragement that whatever small shift they show, it is also worth something, which keeps them going, is important. A safe and non-judgmental space really brings out what they really feel about these issues, and those could be issues that they say in a very problematic way, but it is important for those to come out. So such spaces are also important for that, as well as self-reflection as well. We did see that with context, the needs of men and boys might also change. So I think changing the design according to the context of the participants is important. And lastly, embedding the program in the community where the connection between the organization and the participants is not just limited to the program, but it goes beyond that in forming a bond with them and knowing them personally is also important. And lastly, like I said, because institutions such as schools and other institutions also inform men and boys' internalization of gender norms and masculinity norms. So multi-stakeholder engagement is also an effective strategy. To speak about the shifts and the enablers, I think what we have seen is that the change always starts with self and it starts gradually. There has been some increased emotional awareness for men and boys, with the keeping in mind the masculine norm that they are themselves not able to share, as well as in some cases with their children as well, and identifying that where their children's behavior is coming from. It starts in terms of caregiving, it starts with recognizing that gender norms are actually informing the way household chores are divided in their own house. And then moving on, they do start gradually with one or two tasks that they feel comfortable with, slowly taking it up more, and also putting more time in other unpaid care work chores as well. Because of a recognition of the gender norms, they also realize that the women in their household are also facing some kind of barriers. They are also facing lack of freedom and all those ways in which they are, I think, not able to have opportunities. So it is also seen that their resistance to women exercising their own choice and freedom is going away. Because we also spoke to some programs that are very much focused on fatherhood, we did see very specific shift in childcare responsibilities, and of course leading to improved bond with women in the family, which could be sisters, which could be women, which could be wives or even mothers as well. On the community level, though, the changes have been very small and only anecdotal, where we saw that men and boys are speaking up against things such as dowry, or I think when they hear about a case in the community of violence against women, they are also raising their voice and going to the official channels to lodge a complaint, so on and so forth. And what we are seeing in, I think, Sprinkles is also that fathers who are not part of the program are also showing some kind of changes, looking at other fathers who are part of the program. So this, I think, slide is the most encouraging slide and exactly what keeps us all going. Now I would like to invite Radhika to speak about enablers and other factors of the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Aniket, and thank you, Pranita. So just taking from here, we did see a lot of effective strategies that organizations have sort of deployed very strategically to advance men's and boys' participation in caregiving. We also looked at a few enablers. So enablers at the level of when we look at the programs, what we found that having skilled facilitators, and when we say skilled, it does not means only skilled in terms of technical skills or technical know-how, but having good communication, facilitation, relationship building skills really helps in creating that safe space that we were talking about, and for men and boys to really open up. So that played a major role in the kind of change that we were able to see. Second was the teams, the program teams' own passion, own interest in this kind of work, the way they were able to relate their own lived realities and experiences with the work that was happening on ground, and the way they were able to build relationships. So we heard experts and the people that we spoke to talk about how even after programs are over, sometimes they continue to manage a WhatsApp group because they feel it is important that we stay in touch so that the change can sustain. And that is outside of project periods. We know funding is a challenge, which we will see. And anyway, I don't have to explicitly say, we all know that that's a major concern. But despite that, their own motivations are very high in ensuring that they stay in touch and the change can sustain. We've heard anecdotes of how experts share that they continue to wish their own field champions, alumni, send birthday wishes or festival wishes just to stay in touch and stay connected with them. And those have played a role in the kind of change they have been able to see. Role model effect was another key enabler where we saw how for men and boys themselves, the kind of role models they have within the community has played a major role. And these role models can be family friends, but they are also alumni. So programs that had a strong alumni component has really worked within the community. Lastly, institution like long-term presence within institutions, be it within the community where we are working or even within schools, has really helped in organizations to start and sustain this kind of work because that helps in building a trust with the other key stakeholders. So that has also been a key enabler. Now, moving on to the key barriers that we saw affecting this kind of work within the field. First is this space is also new for a lot of organizations. So it takes a while to sort of build their own understanding and also build a sense of community. There are fewer spaces to sort of convene, come together, have peer learning. So because of which it takes them a while to sort of understand this kind of work itself. And that also affects the pace of the program. Second is when we talk of facilitators, it's very important to have facilitators, but we were also told that having male facilitators in this kind of work is also a bit of a challenge. While organizations have also acknowledged that they try their best to ensure that it is not only a male facilitator-led training, and there are also female facilitators. Having said that, to begin with, they felt that it is important to have male facilitators so they can open up. For participants to open up, it's important, and then having more mixed groups or mixed facilitators is a better approach according to them. So finding male facilitators has been a challenge. Funding is, I don't think, we have an entire panel on looking at resource mobilization. But just very briefly, if I have to say, there are very few funders in this space. The funding is not very long term. The kind of metrics that funders are often looking at is very quantitative, tangible driven, in which it's very difficult to show this success of this kind of work. So that repeatedly came up as a big challenge, and that was one of the reasons why we wanted to have a separate panel in which we as a community can sort of deliberate more around resource mobilization. Next is the barriers that program at the level of program participants itself, availability, because men, young men especially, move because of education, economic opportunities. They are not available during certain times of the day. So that becomes a major challenge. And organizations have tried to mitigate by meeting them during weekends, meeting them late hours, meeting them at work sites, etc. But that does pose a major challenge for organizations. Exposure to manosphere narratives has come up in a big way in our study, where and both online manosphere, but also presence of men's rights groups in physically. So we heard a case where an organization told us how, when they are doing a training and talking about these alternate form of equitable caregiving responsibilities at home, at the same time the same few people of the same group were also attending a separate group meeting organized by a certain men's rights group, talking about a certain alternate narrative, and then they were coming back to this earlier group, and it was creating a lot of contradictions. So this is increasingly becoming a challenge both in terms of online spaces and physical spaces. Then when we look at the level of institutions, especially when we look at the level of schools, when we talk about starting early and how it is important to start early, it is also important that within the institutions, the kind of facilitators that we have, the teachers we have, everybody also has the same sense of sensitivity. Otherwise, it doesn't reinforces, and it may become like a one-off sort of addition. So that also came up as a challenge. And at a normative level, as we all know, whenever men have tried to show any signs of change, there has been also resistance. They have said that there have been resistance from their own peers, their own family members. There's also been a resistance within themselves, because it's also changing how you have been conditioned for the longest time. It's also questioning your own privilege, and all of that also leads to a lot of discomfort, and that has also created some forms of challenge. And organizations have tried to mitigate this challenge by having what Aniket was talking about, a community embedded approach. So ensuring that you're not only working with men in the family, but you're also working with other community members, or you're working with the family members also. So some of the recommendation, and I won't go in detail, we have all the recommendations in detail listed out in our report, and the physical copy is outside, and we'll also share the soft copy with all of you after the event over email. But just some key recommendation that we want to share at the program level. We feel that it is important to strengthen the stories of change that we are having, because most of the organizations that we have spoken to had great stories to tell us, and they were very inspiring. But we need to systematically sort of document that change, and that can help in also working as championing more for this kind of work. Those can be resources with which we can go to funders and talk about the need for this kind of change and how this change can come about. A gender synchronous approach is very critical. We can't work only with men or only with women. It's important that we work with both the groups. It's important that as a civil society, we also start leveraging technology more. The reach of technology has become much higher. And it's important that we also start leveraging it to engage with men and boys. At the level of research, as we were sharing earlier also, there is limited evidence that exists on this kind of work, which looks at in depth also in terms of when we talk of the changes, and even what we have spoken about as changes that men or boys are showing in terms of their unpaid care work related practices. It's important to understand the depth of that change. What exactly is changing? How frequently is it changing? How long does it last for? So we do need to sort of study that more in depth. It's also important to understand better and have more systematic, rigorous evidence around the linkages of this kind of change with broader gender equality goals. What Pranita was also earlier talking about, whether this is actually leading to changes in women's time, women's unpaid time, leisure time, their paid work opportunities, education opportunities, broader creation of gender equitable households. Is it really leading to that or not? Those linkages need to be more systematically studied. At the level of policy, we have spoken a lot in different spaces about the need for a parental leave. But alongside a parental leave, we also need to ensure that there is also workplace support to avail for that leave. And even if that leave comes, it should not become just a checkmark exercise. And even the kind of leave that we have, that it should be non-transferable. It should not become a transferable leave that ends with the woman only taking those leaves. So we have also sort of listed out what kind of the form that the parental leave ideally should take. And also the importance of engaging and leveraging media narratives. We know that everybody is getting highly exposed to media, and we do need to influence that stakeholder group, be it at digital media, social media, even mainstream media. And collectively, we need to think how best we can sort of engage with media, but that really has a strong influence on men and boys. In terms of funding, there is a definite need for long-term funding. We need to relook at what success metric could really look like. We also feel that it may be very useful if donors can really champion other donors or fund, basically to, given the fact that there are very few funders in this space, if the funders that are more supportive of the work towards gender equality can also bring other funders in the room and talk about this, maybe that championing can be really helpful. Just very quickly, I will summarize this. So some of the key takeaways that we have from the study overall is that first, it's important to meet men where they are, literally, figuratively, literally when they're available. Also, as Aniket was earlier pointing out, that practical entry points that start from men's own vulnerabilities, their own insecurities has come up as a practical strategic point to start with. Having said that, it is very important that for any program to be transformative, it's also important that it does towards, it may start from practical entry points, but it should end at least with the men being able to question their own privileges and power relations. So that is very important. Secondly, community rooted and multi-stakeholder approach. So efforts that are embedded in institutions like schools, community, families, which take a multi-stakeholder approach, create that reinforcing environment that makes caregiving shifts more sustainable. Norm change often begins with greater self-reflection. It is very important that it starts from the self for it to last for long. Otherwise, the risk of it becoming more performative is very high. Small shifts small visible behavioral shifts often precede larger changes, starting with doable tasks or tasks within the household of, say, cooking, cleaning, often are the tasks where they start with. And it becomes important to appreciate those small changes while also working towards larger transformative changes or questioning the underlying power relations. Barriers are often structural. So, internalized norms of masculinity, community backlash, lack of long term funding often challenges the sustainability and scalability of these programs. Media has huge influence, has a huge potential. It is important that we try, and it is still a very underutilized platform. And we do realize that one of the critical reasons of why it is underutilized by us as a civil society is also because it is high cost, and we do need more funding for that kind of work, and therefore it becomes very difficult to leverage media. But we do need to collectively think more about how best we can do that. And lastly, there are a lot of unanswered questions that even our study has raised, and that some of it we hope to collectively deliberate and discuss today. Questions around how do we really counter Manosphere? The extent of the reach and the impact of Manosphere has been increasing. Every second month we hear something new happening globally or in India. And there is a need to really counter it. So there is a panel that is trying to question and understand more about how do we counter Manosphere. There is questions on sustainability and scalability. How do you sustain this kind of change, especially for a population like young men and boys who are highly mobile, whose peer groups keep changing? So how do you really sustain? What helps in sustaining? What are the challenges in sustaining this kind of work? There is also a need to build more evidence on the linkages between this kind of work and broader gender equality goals. And there is also the need to have a more increased interest and investment in this work. So we also have the third panel that we were talking about on resource mobilization, trying to deliberate more on that topic. With that, I would just like to thank again all the experts that we spoke to. Some of you are in the room today. It was very, very valuable to hear from you, learn from you, and very honestly, I'm speaking on behalf of the team. Very inspiring to hear the kind of shifts that you all have been able to bring in the field. With that, I would like to invite Dr. Jayanti. Dr. Jayanti is, so sorry. Yes, Dr. Jayanti Prakash is a leading expert in early childhood development with over 18 years of experience in program strategy, curriculum design, and system strengthening across India's non-profit and public sectors. She currently serves as Director Education, Content and Curriculum at Sesame Workshop India, where she leads the development of multimedia content and curricula rooted in cultural relevance and play-based pedagogy. She'll share with us her insights of the program from Sesame India. Over to you.
Thank you, Radhika. It's wonderful to be here and wonderful to be in front of every one of you to speak about what we have done as Sesame Workshop India. I would begin by saying that most of us in the room, we would agree that we are here because of our fathers. They were involved, they were supportive, and that's what made a difference in all our lives. And this is where I would like to begin with that as Sesame Workshop India, when we ventured into this area 4 to 5 years back, we started thinking, what does it take to move the needle from a supportive father to a participant father to a involved father? Now, there's a difference between all three. And as Radhika was saying, and Aniket was also saying, there's a difference when they just support caregiving to where caregiving on part of men becomes part of natural household rhythm. It's not something that they see as additional, but as part of their own identity. It becomes part of their own identity. So what we try to do is conduct first when we venture into an area we can do conduct a research and we try to explore masculinity as to what does it mean, and we were not shocked to find that, and it is a common finding, that men see themselves as in the role of providers while women see themselves in the role of nurturer. Men is more controlling, disciplining, giving direction to child's life. What are the education stream that the child will choose? How do you orient children on new technologies? But woman will be one who would take on the role of providing good food to children, being emotionally available to children, being affectionate to children. So what the task lied in front of us was to shift the masculinity norm from those of provider, controlling, and disciplinarian to more of affectionate and being emotionally involved for their children. And now that involved challenging the gender stereotypical norms. So coming from early childhood perspective where we work in mostly, father's participation is very important and crucial for the children's cognitive, social, and emotional development along with physical development. If that input is not there, the child is likely to be deprived of important opportunities. Now, having said that, when we looked at the father's role in this scenario, we found that fathers were thinking that this is some kind of a skill which needs to be adopted, but it is not. It is kind of a human behavior. It's human intent rather than a skill. What are the patriarchal norms that deprive fathers of adopting a parenting skill or adopting a shared caregiving practice is what we intended to touch upon. So we tried to design a program with the fathers, which was aimed at challenging gender stereotypical norms, changing the narrative, as it was said in the morning, changing the narrative to more of caregiving and being joy, finding joy in the childhood of children. It's like getting your own childhood back. It's not just serious work, but it's also playing with the child, which is important, and being more emotionally involved with the children. So, with these objectives in mind, we formulated a curriculum. And curriculum uh, had important areas related to child development, but it also had important areas related to your relationship with your wife, your understanding of the relationship within the household, and your engagement with the child. So it's really started with your role as a father. How do you reflect on your role? What is prevalent and what should be your role? And something like this, fathers have never been a part of. And these are the parenting discussions in a safe space that we intended to have. And also, within the community level, you don't see role models. They are patriarchal norms. And you have to adhere to these patriarchal norms. If you don't, then you become maybe, a target of a joke or something. So, how do you really change that understanding around role of father? Then we also explored how, if you're familiar with your own childhood, are you familiar with with childhood of your wife? That brought in a lot of understanding and empathy to wife's role. What were her aspirations? How did she grow up as a child? What were her parental role models? Then this also explored about what are the needs of children, because what we found out that, regardless of mother or father, they need to both made aware of needs of children, not we think as appropriate, but also what they think as appropriate. Also, these have to be rooted in the cultural context. You cannot have something which is not part of their cultural context. You cannot have having this workshop in Rajasthan and same workshop being done in Northeast. It cannot be. It has to be rooted in the cultural context. And role of women in Northeast, let's say Meghalaya, is very different because they have a matrilineal culture. In Rajasthan, they have a patriarchal culture. So it really, you really have to dig upon that. Secondly, what are the emotional needs of my child? Am I really available for the child? How do I engage with the child in a play-based manner? What are some of the activities that I can do? How is brain development important? What are the developmental needs of my child? Then what we discovered was that using abusive language and being angry were two most important characteristics that a child or mother would affiliate to a father. But पापा के गुस्से से डर लगता है और गाली भी देते हैं, है ना? So these are the things that we needed to take care of, and we explored in the program, in the curriculum, as to how positive language can impact the development of your child. Also, being how to manage your own anger. So why, when even if you're role modeling for a child emotional regulation, you're also transforming yourself into a emotionally regulated father. And we also explore some strategies which can be used for emotional regulation. Then comes the positive discipline. पापा तो मारते हैं, पापा की मार से डर लगता है. How to use the positive discipline strategies with your child? What is the child thinking? There are many ways in which the children express their needs. For example, if the child is feeling fearful or the child is, denying to go to school, instead of beating up the child, would you like to explore why is the child not wanting to go to school, or why is child not wanting to eat or play? Then comes about the early stimulation bit, which is, I think, the most important bit, because when there's a delivery, the mother goes back to their parents' house and father is left wondering what happened. Like, they are not oriented on what the young child or the mother would need after postnatal period, in the postnatal period, just after delivery. So they have not learned to take care of mother and children. So what are important aspects of early stimulation, what is the nutrition, how is the complementary feeding done. We dwell on all those aspects. And lastly, how do you really form a bond with the child which lasts? So these were the kind of curriculum that we envisioned, and there was also talk about building narratives. So we tried to build a narrative, but in that we used media, and we strongly use media in both audiovisual and print content. Most of you must be familiar. If not, you can visit the Sesame Workshop India's YouTube channel. There are a lot of videos and resources to use. So in our Daddy Cool program, which we choose to call it, Daddy Cool means a father who is for children. So in this program, we created two characters, which is Aftab and Noor. Aftab, because we were doing this program in Lucknow slum community, so we chose a father who is representative of the community. And Noor was a young daughter, 5-year-old, curious, playful, imaginative. And through storybooks, through videos and audios and content, which was most of reflective and not prescriptive, we designed a program. Now this program involved reaching fathers as where they were, as Radhika said, in their communities. So we held an hour-long workshop with the help of our facilitators in the community once a week in the evening, because that's when the fathers were available, in a group of 8 to 10 fathers. And we used content like storybooks, we use content like audios and videos. So a workshop session would be structured something like having an activity or showing a video or reading a storybook, and then doing some kind of activity and finishing it with some kind of wrap up and an assignment for the home. Now assignment for the home could mean playing with the child or having a conversation with your wife. So now, strictly, you were talking about gender synchronous approach. I'm also sorry, but delighted to say that this was fathers only program. We did not involve mothers at all. We did not intend to, because, you know, fathers, when they have conversation, it's supposed to be a safe space for them. It's where they can express themselves freely. If you have a woman sitting in a grade to 10 group of fathers, what do you think the fathers would express? Their expression will be colored, because they would see कि मुझे क्या बोलना है क्या नहीं बोलना है, एक वुमन सामने बैठी है तो मैं ये तो नहीं बोल सकता. फॉर एग्जाम्पल लेट्स से कि अगर वो बोलना चाहते हैं, नहीं नहीं कभी कभी औरतों के साथ स्ट्रिक्ट तो होना पड़ता है, वुड दे बी एबल टू से in front of a woman? No. So the involvement of women was outside the workshop and not inside the workshop. Secondly, we did not prescribe any solution. We said that the solution has to come from them. What we used was reflection and discussion and dialogue. So reflection, we had a set of reflection cards. In each card, a statement was written. For example, अगर मैं अपनी बेटी के बाल बनाऊंगा तो, कंघी करूंगा तो क्या, like ends with a question mark. The fathers are supposed to discuss, but if you turn the card, every card will be ending with कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे. तो लोगों को तो कहना काम है, पर आप क्या करेंगे? What are you thinking in this space? So like this, there were cards on caregiving, emotional involvement, etc. And the fathers really took on to discussion mode in this case. Now, when we started this, we were really thinking as to whether this program will be successful, whether there will be an uptake of this program. And the program team who signed up for this, they were left wondering कि ये चलेगा या नहीं चलेगा, हम कहाँ आ गए, ऐसा program कोई करता है क्या? Now, if you see in early childhood development programs, largely run by government or NGOs, you would see a focus on mothers, because young children are considered responsibility of mothers and not fathers. Mahila mandals, mother groups, school PTMs, the fathers would not turn up. Only mothers turn up. Now, where after 4 or 5 years of implementation of this program, and we have continuously evolved the content basis what we saw in the field. For example, we saw neglect of children as one of the key areas in the field, because children were left unsupervised throughout the day without father and mother. So we decided to do something on neglect as well. So now it has reached a shape where we can really upscale this program. We have used Aftab and Noor characters to enter into geography of Hyderabad, and it has worked really well because of the minority community in Hyderabad. So coming back to what does it take, what we see is we recently conducted a research. We took the views of various cohorts, because this is a 6-month long program. So there every year there were 2 cohorts. We researched about 400 to 500 fathers. What we found out, they were at different level of understanding. And the model that has emerged is, when you do such kind of programs, first there'll be an awareness. Awareness means कि ओ मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था कि बच्चे इतना महसूस भी करते हैं. Such kind of statement you will hear after going through the workshop. To practice, अब तो मैं घर में काम भी करता हूँ. To internalization, अब इनके पापा भी आते हैं. आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर सेइंग इनके पापा भी अब पूछने आते हैं बच्चे के बारे में. To norm change, this is part of my identity, and this is where we have landed. So this is what is our experience has been, and an advice to all of you. If you intend to start this program, do not be prescriptive and use contextual role models. So that's it from my side. Thank you. And I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Aniket, Radhika, Jayanti. This was really very insightful. We have at least 12 to 15 minutes for any question, any reflection. But as Radhika said, that we have 3 panels later on, which are also connected with the questions that are emerging. But anything which you want to, or anything that you want to share, feel free to do that. Madhu, do we have mic? Handle mic?
Thank you so much, and very interesting. It's really good to hear about the programs that you have, looked through, and also talking to the people. This is, my reflection about the amount of work that has been done within this domain. I see a conflict in terms of when we talk about caregiving, care work. The moment it gets into care work, which is generally most often we talk about when when we want to bring in men and boys, I feel it makes a lot of trouble, because work in itself, I think some of you have already said that the moment we talk about work, it always connects with the financial part of it. So that's the complication. What we miss in this entire process, and most of the program that you have talked about, and Pranita in her introductory statement, she's talked about the emotional part, is completely missing. We ourselves, when we look into care work or caregiving, domain, I think we probably find it difficult and ignore the emotional part of the care that we talk about. And there is one part where we do bring in care, I think, Jayanti, what you have said, when we think man as father. So it's just with the child, right? And that that's where I feel it becomes very complicated and very difficult for men, because right from the beginning, we when we nurture boys, we don't talk about the emotional part of it: love, affection, touching. Right? Care is not just you please come and be part of the kitchen work. Care is also when you give me comfort. Right? I know, being mother, uh, it's like she's the one who is giving birth. But it's not necessary that if we are talking about fatherhood, it's just that, okay, you just do my work, and because I can't, I'm in a state that where I'm not been able to do much of the work, but also the caring. So where we talk about women, when we talk about their wife, that never comes into our design of care work or the caregiving pieces, domain that way. So I think that's a huge missing part and the conflicting part. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Madhu. Anyone wants to reflect on that point? But
Yeah, no, I had another point. My name is Janvi and I'm from ISST. One of the questions I had for the panelists, and you, of course, Jayanti, spoke a little bit about it, but was there any effort to measure? I mean, were there kind of, what were you actually trying to shift, either in the gender norms or in behavior or in activity? Like, I'm just thinking theoretically, like we do have the time use study, for instance. So was there any kind of, effort done? Or is that also a barrier that you really do not have measurement metrics to look at what change looks like? And therefore, you have to rely on, anecdotes, stories, and narratives.
thank you, thank you. So let's have one more and then can reflect on that.
Thank you very much. It's really excellent to hear your research study. Just one comment and one question. I'm very glad that one of the panelists spoke about that a program is done by an organization, and then the same person attends something, sees something online, and then comes back whatever he hears from the Manosphere. And that has been my anxiety with the programs that we do with men and boys all along, because many times we take this what Cornell calls as a mental health approach, where we start talking to men about their vulnerabilities and things like that, and they think, yeah, that is one area that is very interesting, and then somehow that goes into the Manosphere direction. And I think we need to figure out collectively as to how we are going to deal with that. I'm very glad that you brought it up. The question is that generally we have seen that nothing affects, gender norm as much as economic realities. Because if you see the present urban fatherhood norms that we have are largely what we have got from the, gender division of labor, gender division, which came about in Industrial Revolution. Now, while you were talking to so many people, did you see that any of the present economic realities, are they affecting the way fatherhood is being practiced and enacted? So many things have happened. There is more instability in terms of income, increased in unemployment, smaller families, less number of children. Are these economic and social realities have changed anything? That would be really interesting to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I think the point on the Manosphere, I think we'll have in more conversation during the plenary, but for the panel discussion. But meanwhile, on the specific study, you can use.
Thank you everyone for the questions. I think these have added more unanswered questions to our study. We did feel, just to sort of start with, Madhu, your question is absolutely correct. The emotional aspect of care was not, was part of some sort of studies and some work that we spoke of, but oftentimes it did focus more on manifestations, which took the form of actual care work related practices. But we did have programs do tell us that they often start with the emotional self aspect. Only then even the changes that they are trying to bring in the care work will come in. Otherwise, it may become very difficult for that kind of changes to come in. So some programs are trying to address that kind of aspect of care as well. In terms of Janvi's question around measurement, that is very true. We did not come across standardized metric that we see, for instance, in other kind of behavioral change work. Having said that, organizations have their own metric of looking. Some organizations, some programs are focused on attitudinal change. So then it becomes that how many people before had gender equitable attitudes on XYZ dimensions, and after the program, what is the kind of change that has happened. Some have also tried to bring in the aspect of behavioral change. Now that in most cases have either in the form of an evaluation we have seen. So there are certain evaluation reports where people have highlighted stories of change. And some have also tried to document a sort of short booklet of stories of change, which is a research documentation of change. But on the behavioral aspect, we did not come. And I mean, Jayanti may be better placed than us to answer what kind of metrics you all are using for assessment. But across the different programs that we have looked at, it was not something which was a standardized metric that was followed. And on the economic realities, that's very true. We heard it for even fatherhood related programs, but even on other programs that are just engaging with young men. The way it affects even in getting them together, even to talk to them, it becomes very, especially in peri-urban areas, in urban areas, have finding the time and finding men to give that kind of time becomes very challenging because work, of course, takes precedence. Then it also affects in the sense that today I might have migrated to Delhi. Tomorrow I may migrate to Mumbai for a better work opportunities. My entire circle will change. My living situation changes because both the cities' urban conditions are also different. And then that also affects the kind of change that I may have tried to imbibe in the first sort of exposure that I've had versus what now I am feeling. In terms of fatherhood, also what in I think one expert did mention about the fact that how in urban settings it also becomes important, especially for migrant families, migrant nuclear families, for women to also work. There, by virtue, we see more participation of men because it's the need. It is not something that is coming out of the sense of equality, equity. It is more that it's a practical need, and therefore I will also partake in this kind of work. So we have to do, yeah. So that did come up in one instance with us.
I think like these three reflections and questions in a way also show the complexity of the issue. So starting from like even in terms of funding, many of the programs are very short duration. And within that time period, what is feasible to measure? That is one. The second, and at like attitudinal to actual behavioral. The second is also there are not enough evidence built even in terms of how to measure the whole point about emotional connect. What is the best way of measuring those? There are some like self-reporting. Again, the state of fatherhood report says that shows that men who are spending 2 or more hours on an average in childcare or other care to partner, they have expressed satisfaction. They have expressed that they feel more connected with their child or the partner. Now, again, are these really robust indicators? So I think the need is to work on all multiple level in terms of defining and redefining what care is. How should we really understand it? How should we measure it? How should we do the program to change some of the key indicators, key measurements? So thank you.
Yeah, I would like to respond to the metrics question. So yes, it is difficult to have a standardized metrics. We did initially struggle a bit as to how to measure it, because one, that you will have a quantitative measurement of how many workshops you have conducted, how was the facilitation, etc. All that can go on like a regular training or whatever. But then what is the change that you anticipated or has occurred? Is what we did is to measure it in terms of behavior, practice, and attitude. So attitude in terms of gender roles, that we explored. Behavior, as to how their behavior has undergone a shift with children or wife or the members in the family, and practice. Are they really practicing, play-based engagement or emotional engagement? Now, we also had to rely a lot on narratives and anecdotes. There was a cross validation that happened with children, with wife, and with also community members, because at the end of every cohort we did conduct a community level program, which meant orientation of all community members, but it also meant encouraging father champions. So once they were there to orient the community, there was a lot of change that we could see the ripple effect, and that was also taken into account. So yes, lot of reliance on narratives and anecdotes, but also some metrics on attitude as well as quantitative measurement, which together comprises of the evaluation study.
Thank you. Thank you, Jayanti. I'm sure there must be a lot of other questions and thoughts, but in terms of time, it is a tea break time, and we can have some conversation during that, but also throughout the day. So it's almost 11:15, 11:15, and if we can have our tea and back in 15 minutes, that will be really great. Thank you. Thank you. Meanwhile, we should also collect if there are any question or reflection on the Zoom. We have a very interesting panel now. Okay. So now I'll invite Aniket for the panel, for our first panel, which is on how to counter influence of Manosphere. And I know this is of interest for many of us. Would love to hear. Over to you, Aniket.
Thank you, Pranita. Requesting all of us to settle in. I know it was a very short tea break, even for me, but I hope we are all settled. Like Pranita mentioned, we are hoping to look at the influence of Manosphere, how it is uh, creeping into our everyday lives, and what are ways in which we can counter the narratives that they are trying to push. And to speak more on this, I would like to invite Dilip from Center for Men and Boys, Laura from Center for Equity and Inclusion, Sequin, and Nikhil from Yuva. Hello. Thank you, everyone, and the panelists for joining us for this important conversation. I would like to start with introducing our panelists. Dilip is the co-founder of Center for Men and Boys South Asia. Over the 15 years, his work has explored how shame, silence, and gender norms shape the lives of young people, especially around bodies, health, identity, and care. He founded Uninhibited, an organization that has worked with over 1 million adolescent girls on menstrual health and gender responsive education. He now works on understanding boys and men more deeply and on helping institutions, markets, and systems respond to them in ways that advance gender justice. Dilip is a Mulago Fellow, Acumen India Fellow, and GLG Social Impact Fellow. Welcome, Dilip. Laura is the Managing Director and co-founder of Center for Equity and Inclusion, Sequin, which was set up in 2009. Sequin has been doing pioneering work on gender equity and leadership development with an intersectional lens and special focus on vulnerable communities in rural and urban areas. She has 30 years of work experience and has worked as a researcher, trainer, journalist, filmmaker, and development professional in the span of this time. Over the years, she has worked closely with government, UN agencies, bilateral agencies, corporate, and civil society organizations to build a holistic understanding of gender-based violence and barriers to women's participation in public life. She has co-edited the book The Fear That Stalks, Gender-Based Violence in Public Spaces, published by Zuban Books, and she served as a board member of the Central Board for Film Certification from 2011 to 14. Thank you for joining us, Laura. And we have Nikhil, who is a multi-award winning writer, producer, podcaster, entrepreneur, and youth mental health advocate. He's the co-founder and chief of YUVA, India's first Gen Z-driven youth media, research, and impact organization. He also serves on the board of directors of the girls' education-focused international non-profit Girl Rising. He served on the global advisory board for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's Goalkeepers Initiative. Nikhil is currently the creator and host of Be a Man Yaar, the viral chat series on positive masculinity. He is proud special jury awardee of the Kamala Bhasin Award 2024 for enabling a gender-just ecosystem across South Asia. He also won Ladli Foundation Media Award for Gender Sensitivity in 2024. Thank you, Nikhil, for joining us as well. So, like we already heard during our presentation, what we have heard from organizations throughout the course of this study is that there are certain male influences online that are acting as barriers and are to promoting gender equitable norms. And they are telling young men and boys ideas of gender that are stereotypical. We are all are familiar with the likes of Andrew Tate and the kind of narratives about masculinity, the kind of toxic narratives about masculinity they're trying to push. I would like to start by asking all three of you, within the Indian context, what kinds of trends are we observing in the manosphere and how they are shaping the attitudes and behaviors of men and boys? And really, to what extent is this rise of manosphere affecting the efforts of these organizations that are present in this room to promote gender equitable masculinities? Dilip, maybe we can start with you.
Thank you. So we at the Center for Men and Boys have spent the last 1 year trying to understand what are the major influences on men and boys today, and how do we really engage with those major influences in being able to shift how we're engaging with men and boys. And we, through the morning, we have been talking about meeting men where they are. And one of the key insights that has really helped us pivot our priorities at the Center for Men and Boys is realizing that if we really want to meet men where they are, majority of the men are at work, are on the internet, are consuming products and services. So if we really want to meet them there, we really need to meet them there. And how do we really do that effectively is one of the questions that we have held strongly. And within that, Manosphere and the influence of internet per se has come back again and again and again, reflecting some of the takeaways and findings this morning as well. But if before getting into probably the impact of Manosphere, I would also probably like take a step back and draw a picture on how we are seeing Manosphere. Right? Most often we look at Manosphere as this single monolith entity with a common agenda, one group of people, an online platform, etc., right? But we have managed to kind of break them into 4 to 5 different groups of men and boys who are engaging in different forms with Manosphere, right? Like one is begin with is men who are experiencing extreme grievances. Either it could be long custody battles, divorce cases, or the pressure of being a provider, going through transitions that they're not able to grapple. That's a smaller number, but grievance based. Second one, probably the biggest group, is the self-help group, self-improvement group, where people today, particularly majority of the young men and boys, really are trying to figure out what being a man today is. And they're going online. 70% of the young boys today learn what being a man is on internet, right? So that is translating into mentors, coaches, fitness influencers, grooming influencers, so on and so forth. A third group of people are the people who are anti-feminists, right? Like these are the people who look at gender equity as a zero-sum game, and they just come with an extreme point of fear that women doing well means that them not doing well, right? So that's a group of people. And the last one is a radical group, which who are really trying to like break off the system of gender equity and saying that we need to kind of go back to traditional way of living and doing. That's where the incel forms are coming into picture. And most often when we talk about manosphere, we limit our understanding to this radical group. But what we are seeing is large groups of men, millions, are getting funneled down from stage 1 to stage 4. So it's really important to kind of understand that, because then it enables us understand what are we doing with it. Most of our interventions are focused on the radical groups. So what does it mean to engage with men who are experiencing grievances while acknowledging the power they hold, but creating alternative spaces for them to be able to express their grievances, engage with it? Because right now, any man who is actually experiencing a extreme grievance, they often slide into just the MRAs, right? That's one. And the second point of view from Indian context is, unlike the West, it's not necessarily a homogeneous structure. Like in India, it's manifesting in various different forms. Yes, there are online platforms, but along with online platforms, there are very organized forums that are emerging, which is slightly scarier than what it seems. I've managed to sneak into a WhatsApp group by the Save India Family Foundation, where there are about 15,000 men. Like I've not come across any group that is so well organized in my 15 years of career in gender equity, right? 15,000 men who are speaking on a day-to-day basis. They have micro networks, they have city-based circles, they meet often, they're there for each other, they're finding a sense of brotherhood among each other. That it's not just an online space that Manosphere is. It is turning out to be a much more layered structure that we are finding hard to kind of even fathom today. Uh, Almost a year back, we attended a legal justice conference in Delhi by this organization called Ekam Nyaya. Spectacular one day, because all their conversations were directly directed to justice systems. They were not directed towards women. They were not directed towards feminists. They were just had 4 panels where the ex-Chief Justice of India, Minister of Law, were all keynote speakers. Right? So it's a far more organized structure than what we are able to actually. We often tend to minimize this as an internet space, but it's not. It's much more layered. That's one. And the second insight that we have managed to build on in the last few months is that majority of the men who engage in these online spaces are men who are experiencing some sort of transition. That is, they're moving from being a boy to a man, or they're moving from being a married man to a single man. They're moving from probably having a job to not having a job. Like they don't know how to kind of deal with this transition while holding the pressure of being a man, that they often tend to rely on online spaces to be able to engage with this. So something about transitions and pressure and men going up to online having conversations seems like a huge factor that's playing out. Third one is, based on these 4 or 5 groups of men I was talking about, they're all seeking different levels of care and accountability, right? Like the grievance based men or the self improvement men, it's not just accountability. We can't go up to them and say that you should not be doing this, because they're often like what we were talking about. Shailesh sir was saying earlier that a lot of these men are going online to just know what being a man today is, but algorithms are dictating them one click after one click after other. They're in the deep a rabbit hole of men's rights conversations, right? So there is a different level of care that is expected for a certain group of men who are engaging on the internet versus the men who are on the radical movement spaces. So we often talk about Manosphere only from an accountability lens, but talking about care today, what is the kind of care that some of these groups of men need for them to be able to engage so that there is a, a diversion created and there is a strong vacuum right now between how NGOs are working with men and boys and how Manosphere is working on men and boys, which probably I can get to in a bit. And the last point is actually 2 points. As much as we're talking about men seeking help and them going to these spaces because of a certain reason. One very interesting realization also has been that it's not just about men not knowing where to go, so they're going to these online spaces, but this is also a very huge political agenda and an economic agenda. There are a lot of influencers on the manosphere who are backed directly, indirectly by a certain form of political identity, certain form of economic identity. Politics want men to be angry, economics want men to be insecure, because that's how they'll be able to actually achieve their agendas. So there is a larger push from larger forces on how men should be actually nurtured today. So it's not just about we need to lean into creating alternative spaces for men, because there is a big force coming from larger forces that we as systems have not managed to fathom. So this is a larger systemic conversation than an individualized conversation on how men should actually engage or respond. And the last one I would probably speak about is how important a role markets are playing in Manosphere. It's a multi-billion-dollar economy. It's not just an online forum. So if it is a multi-million dollar economy that is engaging men and boys on a daily basis, then what? And if you're saying that we want to kind of like pull this down, then what is the alternative? Like, what is an alternative system that can really fight a multi-billion dollar economy in being able to actually like shift men from where they are? So I feel like most often we focus on the most difficult group of men, that is the radical men. But I think there are millions of men going through these funnels of grievance to self-improvement to anti-feminist. So how we as an ecosystem can focus on engaging men who are in the peripheries more than who are in the deep end of it. Probably that could reduce the demand for these extreme systems. The New York Times in New York is doing this fantastic intervention, which we are trying to replicate in India. Is they've created an artificial intelligence engine, which follows all the Manosphere influencers, podcasts, everything, and transcribes them and makes sense of it, and then takes these learnings and funnels it down to the journalists. Right? I think this is such an incredible way, because there we are, and there what we are realizing also is by doing that, the conversation is moving from it being just a gendered issue to a larger systemic issue, because then we are realizing that there's linkages between the things being said on the manosphere to politics, and then there's a linkage with economy, then there's a linkage with joblessness. So there is a larger conversation narrative that is emerging, which is missing in India's context today on how we're looking at manosphere in itself. So that's something that we are attempting to do, but I can get more into more details as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Dilip, for those nuances and various layers in which this manosphere is operating. Laura, what are your and Sequin's observations?
I mean, to take away from what he said earlier, I also want to kind of step back a little bit, I mean, we've termed this, manosphere, but I think we need to step back to see where it's coming from, right? And tracking it to patriarchy, centuries of patriarchy. And when we talk about gender stereotypes, perpetuating it, the role of men and boys in policing patriarchy, right? So culturally, normatively, you have already assigned that role to men and boys to be policing. The structure of patriarchy is that of power, dominance, and control, complete hegemonic control over centuries, right? Unless we kind of go down to the foundation of the issue, most of the conversation is going to be superficial. Now, if you put it in the context of what's happened in the last 3 decades, Beijing Platform for Action, 30 years, global convening, and this huge momentum towards women empowerment, the kind of change that we've seen is pretty phenomenal, like last 3 decades. Of course, there's a long way to go, but undoubtedly the kind of commitment that we have seen towards women's empowerment is unprecedented in history. So if you look at the kind of disruptions that's happened in 30 years vis-a-vis centuries of a certain way of being, it is a very unusual situation, right? Now, how have we, when you're talking about media, digital space, again, I'd like to argue saying that it's always been there, right? Like media, creativity, expression is been the vehicle of patriarchy over centuries. And we've always also had spaces for counter conversation. I mean, you could take us back to Bhakti movement, where the women poetesses, they were reimagining Krishna as this different kind of god. So there's always been that urge also to have alternate discourse. We've had alternate cinema in the 80s, which put forward a different kind of understanding of gender. So it has always been there, but again, in today's context, all of it has escalated in the context of digital media. So while it's a phenomenal opportunity to do something hugely positively transformative, it's also the opportunity to push back like crazy. 30 years is not enough time for, I'm just kind of saying 30 years because kind of locating it to Beijing Platform for Action, because a lot of feminist movement has kind of built momentum in this period. So obviously a lot is happening, both positive and negative. And I think it's a time for all of us to strategize much better. So in that context, really kind of looking at it from the context of Sequin, I was working at UNIFEM, now UN Women. Me and co-founder Sarah, we were colleagues there. And we quit and we set up Sequin in 2009. Both of us had boys. We are like saying, what do we do with these boys? I had an older daughter. And really, it's a challenge, right? As a feminist, it's a very tough job to be, tasked with bringing up a boy. Now, how are you going to do it? And for me, I think, and for many of us, I think, as feminists, it's been the biggest learning for those of us who brought up boys, has been actually the biggest learning, really, more than anything else. So, like, when you're bringing up a young boy with empathy, how does that navigation happen? How do you understand that, whatever you do, there is constantly also just so much which is countering everything that you are seeing. And a lot of, I think, each of us, the way we frame our work comes from our personal experiences, our lived experiences. So, when we set out as an organization, our whole point was, how do you disrupt patriarchy and the fundamental piece about the division of labor? So we really focused on public space, women occupying public space, physically and notionally. And in that context, what is the role of men? So when we actually, in 2009, we rolled out this campaign where we partnered with Delhi Daredevils cricket team. They were the face of the campaign, and Daredevils was like this euphemism for masculinity, and kind of all the messages to unpack masculinity at a time where most of the conversation about women's safety was about carrying pepper spray or learning self-defense. This was this whole shift we were trying to make, men talking to men about behavior change. And we realized this whole thing about role modeling is so critical for young boys. Who are they going to look up to? What kind of role models are they looking at? And we worked in a campaign mode for a period of time, and after which then we started experimenting, going into the community and seeing what that looks like. There wasn't a ready-made pedagogy that this is what you're going to do. Trial and error, seeing what works. We worked at school level, at the community level. And there was this whole piece where work was happening at the community, and we realized that that's vital. You have to do both. It's not either this or that. There is no way you're going to be able to just run campaigns if you are not going to physically work on the ground. Both are equally important and they reinforce each other. So we really worked over a period of time, but we didn't really jump onto social media space until during the pandemic. Again, I'll blame it on my son. He was like right there, and I was peering down at his Instagram feed, and I got to acquainted with Andrew Tate, and I was like, what thing he would hide from me, but I'd still like had a full dose of that kind of content. So that's how we also started thinking how we must kind of start working in this space. And then a very interesting journey started because we were very curious about who are these Instagram content creators. Who are they? Like overnight, like they're these going viral, and it's quite insane what makes them tick. So we were quite curious. So we kind of designed this program, and we have been running that campaign for the last 2-3 years, which is actually very, very interesting. Every day is a learning. So we gathered a group of 50 young nano and micro influencers. I learned all those terminologies on the job. So basically, these influencers who are just kind of not yet made that tip over, but they're still making money with that. And we got them together in a physical workshop, and it was a great learning for us because we got to know who these young people are, engaged with them, understood what makes them tick, what is their understanding of gender, how do they view their own work. And then we've been running this campaign where they're creating content. Now, they are doing it like generally they're content creators. But now, with that gender training lens, what does that mean in terms of what content they're creating? So we are trying to see how we can very deliberately kind of create counter spaces of different kinds of content. And so it's all learning, trial and error, because, we are all learning along the space. It's taken many, many years to actually have deliberate funding for our Men and Boys program, because it was always coming from a feminist movement. I was always that loggerheads with my other colleagues saying that, oh, how can you take away that limited kitty that we have for women's programs? How can you, invest that in boys? And it's been a very tough journey, but we were pretty clear that come what may, we are going to prioritize our work with the boys. So we're learning along the way. We couldn't measure initial years because of the lack of funding, but from 2019 or so, we have been deliberately measuring what we are achieving through our programs. In terms of what's happening in India, just before I came here, I'm going to ask my son, so is Andrew Tate still happening? He says, nah, he's passe, we realize. I think, and I do think there has been a pushback. I definitely feel that in the last couple of years, I can see that there has been some level of awareness, or maybe in the kind of communities and people I'm engaging with. At least I think during pandemic, it had become really bad because of the fact that they were isolated and stuck at home. I think going back with the kind of positive campaigns that are happening with more and more organizations working in this space, I do see a change. But of course, what he's saying in terms of 12,000 people over there, I 200% agree, because you have to understand it's institutionally over there, because the economy, the polity, everything is structured around patriarchy. And it does not serve anyone's purpose if women are going to go out, or they want women to do the unpaid care work so that the men can go out to work. That is why they cut back on social security. Why would the government, the state, not provide for that kind of care for elderly, child care? It should be looked at as social production. It's not a woman's job alone. But we don't have those conversations. So, yeah, I mean, I agree. It's a long, long haul, but I think little positive trends are happening. Thanks.
Thank you. I think everyone in the room can agree that all of us are personally invested in this work, which is translating into the organizational and even our politics. Coming to you, Nikhil, on your road shows, on your visits to college with Yuva, what have been your observations? How is this manosphere creeping into the lives of these young men and boys?
First of all, thank you for having me, and to ICRW, and just such a masterclass listening to both Dilip and Laura, and the incredible work you have done in this space for much longer than me. I can't speak to the men above 30 folks. I run an organization called Yuva, and we focus on 18 to 24. I mean, Gen Zs are now 28, 29. So I would say about 16 to 18 to about 28 to 30. For context, I have gone to over 150 campuses in India. I have met over 15,000 young people. The intention was to create safe spaces. We call this a Yuva Roadshow of Kindness, where we would first, I would speak about my journey with mental health, with masculinity, with gender, and then ask the young people in those rooms. And I'm talking about everywhere: IITs, IIMs, NITs, NIFTs, government institutions, private institutions, all of them. I've been everywhere across the country, 34 Indian cities. And I did this across the first lot during 2019 pre-pandemic, and then post-pandemic, in small intervals. What I noticed just before, and it's very interesting. I think in India, COVID, of course, and across the world, COVID, of course, was like an inflection point, where because of the isolation, there was a certain kind of anger that you would see in young men. But even before that, Me Too movement really became like a very big thing in the minds of young people, where you would have these narratives, that men would take away, even though the Me Too movement was supposed to be a movement which was about believing women. A lot of what men took away, and especially young men who took away from there, was that, oh, we are at risk. Any woman can come and say anything to us, and and what happens to men. So there is a certain that grievance Dilip is talking about among young people. Also, there was a bit of a scare that was going through. The other thing that happened very interestingly, and I'm sure that you're all in Delhi, so you would even know that one of the primary sources of the Me Too movement, or the first known case of the Me Too movement, came from Rhea Sarkar in Delhi University, and that's kind of what led into it. It spiraled into the entire movement. So this happened in universities. It started in universities in India, and then it went to the entertainment industry. My background has been in the entertainment industry, in film and TV. I was there when this was happening. I was seeing what was going on there, and it kind of spiraled. It kind of came down toward the campuses also, where these young boys started thinking. Now, what happened after that Me Too movement in specific, and I think Laura has been speaking about the last 30 years, the feminist movement. What I observed also as I went year on year to campuses was that young women, after a point of time, let me put it in a different way. Okay, so the number one thing that young women would talk about when I go to colleges across the country was harassment. Unsurprisingly, right? And sadly, tragically, unsurprisingly, everywhere you would go, if you're giving a young woman a space, they would talk about harassment. The harassment could be sexual harassment, it could be micro harassment that they face at home, that they face in the workplace, they face in campuses. I've gone to places like NLU, where in lawyer community, I mean, they're young lawyers, and young women lawyers are basically like, I can't step out of my campus because the lawyers in my campus are harassing me, and these are the people who are supposed to defend us as we go along. So, I mean, I've heard all kinds of things across the country. So harassment was always the number one thing that would talk about when you were given boys a safe space. First, of course, like unsurprisingly, the number one thing they talk about is heartbreak. Okay, somebody left me, a girl left me, and my heart is broken. But when you try to go deeper, when you try to go further than heartbreak, and of course career pressures, and of course education pressures, which is a very very big thing, and poverty and unemployment, these are always the number one thing they talk about. When you go deeper and deeper, and you try to have smaller spaces, private spaces where girls are not there, or sometimes one-on-one conversations, the number one thing they talk about everywhere was loneliness. I don't have anyone to speak to. There is no one who wants to listen to me. If I speak to, whether it is a boy, a girl, my father, my mother, a teacher, no one cares about what I have to say. Especially if I say it from an emotional place. If I have never been, I've heard this over and over again. I have never been hugged. Nobody has said I love you to me in my entire life. Since I was a child, I have not been touched by, and that is the kind of thing that you're hearing for young boys. And now, where that anger comes from, and again, I'm speaking very specifically to young boys, the anger has started coming from the place, because after the Me Too movement, I'm just trying to kind of tell you how the inflection point changed the dynamics, especially among young people. after the Me Too movement in India, there was I think, a wave of sisterhood that you would see that again came into campuses where women kind of felt really empowered that, okay, I can speak up my story and there are other women who are going to support me. This has also been building because of the feminist movement of the many, many years. And again, I would say that this is obviously in slightly more privileged spaces. I can't speak for tier three campuses. I'm talking about tier two and tier one campuses. But in every one of those campuses, you would see every time a girl would come up on stage and speak about their personal story of harassment, they would end the story and say, but I have survived because of that girl over there. I'm here because that girl has been my best friend. If she was in my life, I wouldn't have been here. And then you'd see that girl coming on stage and hugging, and there'd be tears and there'd be empathy. I was in a all women's college in Hyderabad. I have not seen as many women cry in like a positive way, I mean, I was there, I was like one of the only men, and there was me and there was another professor, and two of us were just like, what is happening? It was like a group therapy. So many women spoke up, so many women had tears, and so many women just hugged each other. On the other hand, you would have a boy, you would have in the same campus, in the same session, you would have three boys speaking about loneliness, and they'd just be standing alone on stage. No boy is coming and giving them a hug. No boy is saying that I'm here for you. I'd have to tell them, ki, you just said this. There's a boy before you who has said this. Both of you are saying you are lonely. Why are you not being there for each other? Why are you not talking to each other? And then you realize they just don't know how to. Because that judgment of like, if I speak to another boy, I will get mocked, I'll get shamed, I'll get bullied, because that's what they've seen at home. Their father is their first man that they've seen. And anytime in front of their father, if they express their emotions or their any kind of empathy, they've been shut down and said to ladki jaisa hai kya? Or a slur, a homophobic slur, or whatever it is. It is almost seen as obviously empathy is bad, emotion is bad, and you have to keep your feelings inside and you cannot express to anybody because the risk is too much. You will, and there are boys who have told me that, I've been left from my friends group. I've been kicked out because I once spoke against eve teasing. I've been kicked out because once I got emotional about something we did and felt it was wrong. My girlfriend broke up with me once because she said that you are a man and you cry too much. So these are the things that I'm hearing, right? So there is obviously a sense, uh, and where it has gotten really, really exacerbated, unfortunately, is because while our and again, while the gender equality movement has and the feminist movement has obviously been for everyone, uh, yet women have, you would see that there are women sisterhood and allied groups and girl gangs across campuses. So young women recognize after a point of time, they don't need men in their life to move forward, right? They can be independent. They don't necessarily, the idea that they've had always that, you need a man to save you. That's not true anymore. But no one told the boys in these campuses that, you don't need the woman also, and you can also, not have to spend all your time trying to be a provider. So where, if I put it in a simple way, when the stereotype has always been that men are providers, women are nurturers, and we have been able to communicate to a certain kind of urban privileged woman that you don't just need to be a nurturer, you can also be a provider, you can choose what you want to do. But we have failed to tell the boys that you don't need to be a provider, you can also be a nurturer. That conversation hasn't happened, and that's where the failures have started, because boys don't even recognize that there is anything that they can do with their lives outside of providing. So when the girl says that I don't want you to be a provider, I am going to provide for myself, and then they're like, okay, what do I do then? I was told that I need to do engineering, I need to do MBA, I need to earn this kind of money. I was return on investment so that I could get the girl, and now the girl is saying, I don't need you. So, मैं कहाँ जाऊँ? And that loneliness and that abandonment and that sense of complete feeling lost, is why these young men are then finding communities where other people are feeling this. And the easy answer for them is not patriarchy. The easy villain is not patriarchy. The easy villain is women. Oh, so she doesn't want to be with me. She's rather be with her friends. But I was promised, a girl in patriarchy. I was promised a nurturer who would look after me. My mother looked after my father. Why is this girl refusing to look after me? And that has kind of swollen into these angry feelings that these young men have, and that is why they are now finding communities. And as Dilip said, those communities are not necessarily just communities of like anti-women communities, they're political communities who are weaponizing their loneliness and saying, acha, you don't you're feeling you don't have anyone, well, you join this cause, so when you have nothing to fight for, we'll give you something to fight against. And that is where it's spiraling out of control, and you're seeing the effects happen across. But it starts from this this, I would say, failure on all of us to be able to communicate to young boys also that nurturing is something they can do. And nurturing does not mean nurturing others also. You have to start by nurturing yourself. You have to be able to have empathy for yourself, because how would you ever have empathy for anyone else unless you recognize that, being sensitive is not a bad thing, being empathetic is not a bad thing, being emotional is not a bad thing, failing is not a bad thing, being rejected from a woman is not a bad thing. And of course, these stereotypes are reinforced over and over again in our films and entertainment. And that is why some of the work that we are doing and I'm doing as through Yuva and my personal advocacy is trying to use storytelling and content to reach out to these young women, young boys, and just have conversation with iconic men, and that give them a sense that, okay, if the people I look up to are saying that women are awesome, and I love my wife, and rejection is not a big deal, and we should be stronger than that, and men can be vulnerable, men can care about their mental health. I've gone to therapy, and you can also go to therapy. Suddenly, if you have boys having or men having these conversations among each other, perhaps it will encourage other boys to also do this among each other and be like, okay, if I see Zakir Khan doing this, Bhuvan Bam doing this, Vicky Kaushal doing this, Karan Johar doing this, Javed Akhtar doing this, maybe I can also in my life not wait to find a young woman who would be there to listen to me. I can find this community among the young boys that I have. It's not an easy task, and it's a big conditioning that we have to break out of. But that is what I have learned in my college sessions.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think you did touch upon the most, I think the point where men and boys are attracted to the manosphere, which is the victimization of men and blaming of women. I completely agree. I think, but moving on, what we have also seen is some alternative narratives that are being pushed, right? We have had the Share the Load aerial campaign within India. Very recently, Louis Theroux had the Inside the Manosphere documentary. I have not seen Single Papa on Netflix, but that is also something that is talking about single fatherhood. So we can see that some kind of alternative narratives are being generated in the media that are also talking about alternative gender roles in the families and households. And on a personal level, I've also been encouraged in the comment section of these manosphere influencers where people are calling them out. So I think there is some sort of level of awareness there already, and some kind of alternative narratives that are being there. But I'd like to ask all three of you also that what kind of alternative narratives have shown promise when you want to counter these harmful narratives? And Laura, maybe we can start with you.
I recently I saw that series Kohra on Netflix, and there the main character's husband. I just thought that was really amazing kind of depiction. This whole emasculization, the crisis that men are kind of facing, and all kind of centering around how their potency, and I think that's really the key because men have been told that they will be men only when they behave in a certain way. And then if that's taken away from you, there is this crisis of masculinity. And it really starts with a very personal kind of space. It's all about yourself, and then you kind of project it onto the other person. I think a lot of interesting stuff is happening, a lot of empathetic stuff is happening. But the most striking was this particular one, which was subtly placed in a larger narrative. And I think we need a lot more of that subtle placement of these kind of conversations rather than in your face. Because when it's in your face, then it becomes more like it's different, like in the context of what Nikhil does, because it is more deliberate in a podcast way. But I think in mainstream creators, what we are trying to do with the influencers campaign is to do it a lot more subtly. So what the methodology that we followed is that we've kind of identified young men who are not extremely problematic neither. I mean, it's like somewhere in the middle, like low hanging, like they can go this way or that way. And then with that kind of training, we are actually seeing what kind of content they're creating. And there's a process of evolution. It's also about how they're each time it's kind of getting better and they're embedding it. All the conversations on how narratives are built, how subtly you are able to convey messages, I think are working quite well. And I think it's a good thing to work deliberately in this piece, like the way we are deliberately going and doing these trainings. Like, for example, when I was working at the UN and we had the Domestic Violence Act passed in India, there was a lot of deliberate gender sensitization of justices. It doesn't happen by itself because there's years of thing. So I think more strategic kind of interventions where you work with content creators, work with media institutions, with a lot of, giving a deliberate gender sensitization lens, I think will help to kind of scale up things. Because for all of us, we're working with very small budgets in a very limited way, and it's always challenging, right, to see how you're going to scale this work up, how you're going to work institutionally to kind of counter this kind of thing. So I think we all need to devise how we can work, with strategic cohorts and institutions to be able to kind of create that content.
Maybe I can come to Nikhil next. We are all familiar with the podcast, but what kind of specific narratives have been more receptive for young men and boys, maybe?
Uh, So I think one of the things that I try to do with my show is I try to get those folks that these. I mean, of course, when you get a Javed Akhtar or Nasiruddin Shah, and these are folks who are already like really evolved. You hear them because you're going to get something incredible for them. But when you have people like Zakir Khan and Bhuvan Bam, who are India's biggest youth icons when it comes to these folks, the thing is that they speak about boys and they speak to boys because that is they understand that that is the level of that is the communication that has always worked with them, that will always get them their audiences. But let me actually give you an example of how do I of this, right? So I spoke to Zakir. Zakir is India's, for those who don't know, the biggest Indian stand-up comedian. He has some 20-30 million followers online. He's spoken at Madison Square Garden. He's done, he's massive. So he went famous because of this idea of Sakht Londa. He did this comedy piece, etc. I have come to know him over the years, and I've known that there is a sensitive side to him. I've known that there is, but when it comes to performing in a larger audience, he would put out a certain kind of Londa energy out there, as they call it now. Um, so I wanted to speak to him about the thing that he hadn't spoken about in many of his stand-ups or many of his conversations, which is the women in his life. And I found it very interesting and surprising that he's done all of these conversations, he's done all of these podcasts before me, all of these interviews, all of these stand ups, and he's barely spoken about his mother, he's barely spoken about the women that exist around him. He's almost always talking about his father, always talking about his brothers, and talking about his male friends. So I said, let me try and see what is there. When I started speaking to him on the show about this, he told me a very interesting incident. And he's like, I was doing a show called Chacha Vidhayak Hai Hamare, which is an Amazon Prime show. He's like a season, and when he started doing these readings, they had a really wonderful actress who was playing his mother in the show. So when they started doing these readings, after a point of time, the actor came to him and said, I don't really have many lines in this. Can you please add some more lines, because I feel like we do readings, I'm not there. And he's like, that is the first time I realized that the reason that she doesn't have lines is because मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में अपनी mother को lines नहीं दी है. My mother doesn't have lines in my life, and that is the reason that I've not given the female character lines. And he's like, that really changed the way that I started looking at my mother. But it was a certain thing that helped him get there, which was, again, art in many ways. When in this conversation, he spoke very deeply about his relationship with his mother, what he has received from her, how much he loves her, and then about the female friends he's had growing up, the young cousins that he's had in the village in Rajasthan where he's from, what he's learned from them, the sensitivity he's gotten, etc., etc. That was like about 40%, about 70% of our conversation. That conversation was possibly one of the most viral conversations. It still has reels that goes out today. Zakir, after that conversation, called me and said, he's like, I have never received this much love in my life from women. I have never received it from a certain kind of boy that I would never expect. The number of DMs that I have gotten, everybody loves me for my stand-ups, but they didn't even know that I have this side. And and again, I would say I'm privileged to have some sense of his inner world. Even after that, I can call him a friend. He's now in his stand-up started speaking a lot more about women. If you see from that moment onwards, and I'm not saying that my conversation was the inflection point, but there is a very different Zakir Khan that you would see till a certain point in the last 4 years. All of his stand-ups are has so much about women, so much about his mother, so much about the women friends he has, etc., etc. It's the same with Bhuvan Bam. Nobody asked him about, he's been in a relationship with the same girl for the last 15 years. And nobody, because when you do all the men who are doing these podcasts, see, there was nothing radical in what I was doing. This as another two men having a conversation with each other is like the most obvious boring idea you could ever think of, and the number of men who've already done this, so what is radical in this? The difference is, can two men actually sit together and have conversations about mental health, can have conversations about women, can have conversations about feelings and emotions? Most men who talk to each other talking about hustle culture, talking about how do I make money, how do I do well in my career, where do I succeed, how to get girls, but no one's really talking about the emotional aspects of this. Bhuvan, for the first time spoke for an almost an hour about the love he has for the girl that he's been with, how deeply he respects her. Things like, I never ever discuss with my male friends what we do in a relationship, because that's my private space. I respect my partner that much. And just the fact you had this massive male influencer, his love story has then again gone viral. That episode in itself, I'm not joking, has gotten over 80 million views on reels. 80 million views. It's just insane how big it went and how massive it went, because this is the first time these people were speaking about the women in their lives. Nobody asks them, and that is what it is. The where do you even kind of see our assumption about most men, and it is a fair assumption in many ways, is that acha, जितने आदमी हैं of a certain kind, whether it's a comedian, whether it's a creator, because they make a certain kind of content, because they're known for a certain kind of thing, don't have any sensitivity in them. And that has also come from our own experiences, lived experiences of being with these men. But the thing is, and again, I feel like this is where I would say is the politics of my show, which is that I don't think that the emotional labor of getting men involved into this conversation should be on women. And that is why I'm saying, as a man, I need to make sure we have a conversation with another man about women. Why should we ask women to have this, which you are already doing? And again, the women have been tired of doing, and that is why they are going and being like, I'll rather be alone. I'd rather chill with my friends than I would spend time with a boyfriend who doesn't give me, who doesn't have sensitivity, doesn't have empathy. I don't think it is the job of the women anymore. But how many men even realize that this is something that needs to be done? And for that, you need to have as many more conversations. You need to normalize as many men. Like, I know the bar is very low, and sometimes I see people, some reel pe kisne kuch, sometimes I see a reel where like a father is doing something very sweet for whatever it is, and there are comments over there, oh, bare minimum, bare minimum. But so what? At least we are having this visual right now. That visual did not exist, and we need to have more such visuals. We need to have more such conversations. Whether Zakir did said the bare minimum, Bhuvan said the bare minimum, anybody on my show, literally Vicky Kaushal saying that I just care about seeing Katrina smile. That has gone so viral. Why has it gone viral? It's not just the men who are sharing, it's women going crazy and saying, oh my God, Vicky just cares about this. And everyone's like, again, bare minimum. But it's not been said. So it might be bare minimum for a lot of people who understand gender equality to a certain extent. It is not bare minimum for the young men who would look up to him and say, is that something that we can aspire to? Is that something that we should try to do? Like, all we should really care about as a husband is making my wife smile. It makes such a huge difference. So the fact that, I mean, the thing that I'm proud about this show more than anything else is that it actually gets the views. We have, like, over the period of 2 seasons, gotten over 300 million views on reels on YouTube. We have had several conversations at 2.5 million each, which are 1.5 hour conversations. And I really do believe, if we start having conversations again as men, I mean, women, it's your choice, but as men, if we start having more conversations with men about empathy, normalize those spaces, make it as whether it is bare minimum, whether it is whatever it is, just and talk about it and make it cool, make it not seem like koi badi baat ho rahi hai. How do you normalize these conversations? That's what I really believe we should do offline and online.
Thank you, Nikhil. Dilip, coming to you, you did speak about some of the ways in which you have explored what the manosphere looks like. You have spoken about the layers of it. Maybe you want to talk about again the alternative narratives that can show promise, and also if you have any idea or any thoughts about how social media and mainstream media can be mobilized so that men's involvement in caregiving increases.
Sure. With a room full of non-profit folks, I'll take the risk of saying this, that while there are some fantastic bright spots in some of the work that we have done as a sector, I do feel the non-profit sector and the manosphere work with quite often the same group of men, but try to cater to different parts of them. I think the non-profit sector leans into this idea of responsibility, compliance, instilling values, whereas the manosphere brings in a sense of freedom and control and a whole lot of the other values that actually like take them to the dark web, right? So I feel like when we talk about alternate narratives, I feel one thing that is missing in this polarized, as we speak, the gender ecosystem itself is getting polarized, right? Like there is a huge vacuum in terms of engaging men as full human beings. And we are in the nonprofit sector, we are working with a part of them. The manosphere is working with a part of them, but we don't see many spaces where we are able to engage with full self of men, right? So the good, bad, and the ugly. And one of the questions probably like we are holding at the center and also throwing it at the non-profit sector also is that how ready or prepared are we with engaging with all parts of men, right? So and I feel like unless that happens, the pathways to repair might not happen. So and I feel like there have been some really good examples of interventions from either ICRW or Breakthrough. At Uninhibited, the organization I was leading, we had a helpline for sexual reproductive health of men, right? So when we go to the communities and talk about the helpline, everyone will be like, no, we don't have any concerns, we don't want it. But they would find a way to actually get the number, and we have 25,000 plus calls from specific districts where they're talking about the sexual reproductive health conditions. So like the report also in the morning was being shared, we need to lean into the needs of men to do this work for sure. But I also feel it's not just needs, but we also need to find a way to engage with men in their whole selves. And I feel that's the most difficult part. And how do we do that with our limited resources and bandwidth, etc., becomes one question. Second is when we're talking about this vacuum, like all Manosphere is a multi-billion dollar economy. So if we are saying that millions of men are actually sliding into that economy, we can imagine an alternative economy, which is a market opportunity as well. Like, and one of the priorities that we at the center are looking at it is what does it mean to be able to advocate this as a market opportunity, to be able to create alternative market solutions for men are able to find those spaces and engage in healthy forms. That's second. Third is when we talk about alternate, most often we talk about even our interventions go up to men and they need to be different, right? And I feel conflicted with that idea of that expecting men to be different because then we're losing them immediately as soon as you say that you're not good enough, right? So there's this fantastic grooming startup from Germany which is getting introduced to India now. I just fell in love with their messaging because they're like they don't use these conventional grooming brand messages like you need to be strong, you need to be having muscles, you need to be having mustaches. Their messaging is like you're man enough already. Just take care of yourself, right? Like so I feel like that seems like a way to go in terms of how we engage with men, where we say that you're enough already, let's talk about more, right? Instead of saying that you need to be different and just losing them off the hook. So I feel like there's something about how we are talking to men that needs to fundamentally change in how we look at them, right? And in terms of the group of men I was talking about earlier, in terms of self improvement or grievance based, I think it's particularly from manosphere lens, we need to be more tactical and strategic about who we are talking to and how do we want to talk them. We even today most often put men as one group of homogeneous men. Like and each of these men have different needs, they come from different areas, they have different entry points. All right. Like so unless we look at them as different groups with different hooks, we'll not be able to. And we have seen multiple interventions in the development sector and even fitness grooming. Fitness and grooming is one of the fastest growing sectors within India today. Like there are more and more men who want to take care of themselves, right? So that's working because they're not saying that you need to be different. They're saying that this is a way for you to like look good, take care of yourself, all of that, right? So I feel like the different messaging. And there's an MIT study that was conducted where there were two groups of men. With one group, they presented ideal gender roles and showed the pictures of that and asked men, what do you think about this? And with the second group, they did not show any pictures. They just asked questions. It was surprising that the second group was far more responsive in their responses than the first group, right? So there is a lot of insight that is emerging around explicit messaging and implicit messaging with working with men. That going and telling men that you have to be this is already losing them, right? But looking at them as probably adults who are able to reflect, who are able to make informed decisions, and being able to actually bring them into the conversation and having practical, even fitness and grooming. A lot of advertising insights of what they're surfacing is that a lot of advertising which focuses on be a better husband, be a good caretaker has not worked. But actually having practical messages saying that if you do this, you'll be able to actually save X amount of money. If you do this, if you'll be able to save X amount of time, has worked far more than emotional messaging. So I feel like there is a lot of insight emerging around how do you see men, how do you engage men, what are the different kinds of messaging that could work, that could contribute to probably these alternative narratives. In terms of mobilizing, I think I'll just say two things there. One is if today, if we have to spontaneously say who are the 10 influencers who are doing fantastic job of responsible messaging around men and boys, we will struggle. But if we ask 10 people who are doing like negative messaging around like MRAs, we will immediately annotate that this, right? So I feel like we have not spent enough time and investment in amplifying the efforts of like influencers who already are doing a fantastic job. And that kind of builds on what Nikhil was saying and platforms like Nikhil is building, that we need to collectively look at this as a competitive market. Unless we as an ecosystem put in resources and amplify the people who are putting the messaging already, who are getting this right, we will not be able to create a parallel platform. So I feel like amplifying people who are doing this right and creating proof points to emerging influencers that if you do this, you will still be a great influencer. If you do this, you will still be able to actually make money out of it. I feel like those proof points needs to emerge. That's one. Second, this is just a floating thought in my head. Unlike the West, India's manosphere is far more regional, right? There is a Malayalam manosphere, there is a Tamil manosphere, there is a Tulu manosphere, right? So there is opportunity for us to be able to experiment in micro silos, right? Like in Tulu or in Konkani, probably there are about maximum 20 uh, men's rights organization influencers or negative influencers, right? So can we encourage 20 influencers to actually come up in Konkani and see what it does to that particular microsystem of manosphere in itself, right? I feel like there's opportunity to try different things in India in terms of, because we are so diverse, because the manosphere and the influencer ecosystem is still emerging. So I feel like there are ways to probably like do this. For that, we really need to probably take a step back from probably the way we have engaged with men and boys in the last 10 years. And like I feel like this, yeah, a controversial thought I have is like the way we've engaged with men and boys so far has been like, as soon as we say men and boys, we go to the grassroots community and work with men in the marginalized community, bring them to a circle, make them participate in sessions like what we did with women, girls, and other queer people. And I personally think most of it has not worked. And we're also seeing that sustaining that behavior change is being difficult, right? So if that's not worked, then how else do we engage men and boys? I feel like we all need to collectively start thinking about how do we engage them on the internet? How do we engage them in markets? How do we engage them with jobs? So I'll stop there.
Aniket, can I just
Yes.
add something?
Yes.
You know, what you said very interestingly, because as I mentioned, we have a project where we're working with 50 influencers and from different genres, so some humor, some, you know, lifestyle, various categories that we curated. And the initial part, they were apprehensive about if we create this kind of content, what's going to happen? It's going to mess up our followers. But
the kind of research that we did, how we tracked, they actually, some of them increased their following. Some of them maybe lost some followers, but they felt that those who stayed on were more engaged. So it was a very fascinating, interesting kind of experience. And more than 50% of the original cohort agreed to stay on for the second phase of the project. So, there are kind of evidences that, the way he was saying that there is a gap in the market for this kind of alternative conversation. So yes, could be a business win-win opportunity.
I'll also add
Yes,
one
Nikhil.
small point.
Yeah.
I think the best insight I got on this entire space was a female stand-up comedian Prashasti Singh, who did a recent stand-up where she says that the thing about the male loneliness epidemic is that men don't know that they are in an epidemic. It's only women who are talking about it, and other men they're like male loneliness epidemic. अब आदमियों से बात करो उनको तो पता भी नहीं है कि मेरे साथ epidemic चल रहा है. So and
कुछ
that
नया है market
हाँ
में.
कि वही and this is the thing that we need to recognize as a sector, that if you're going to talk to men in specific about in an emotional way, that or in a or trying to find an intervention way, that okay, something's going on and we want to help you, they will not be interested in being part of this, because they don't think they need that help. That is essentially how they have been conditioned to believe, right? I don't need your help, I'm not going to go to therapy, I don't want to come to this intervention, I don't want to go to anywhere where we are saying we're going to help men. That's not going to happen. Anytime I've gone to any kind of college where mental health is written, the number of men who come for that is so few. If I do something like, okay, we are going to talk about kindness, people will come. You want to talk about having great friends with each other, people will come. Kuch bhi, you change the way that you're bringing people in. We cannot bring men in by saying that we want to do something for you. Then they believe, "Arey, I'm not a victim," even though their grievances come from the fact that I am a victim, but they don't want to come into these spaces like that. So how do we find ways of bringing them in, and how do we reach out to them? Again, though I'll give one small last example, which when I was putting this show out, season one, we were putting the trailer out, I was like, there was so much talk about toxic masculinity. And then the idea behind here was that there has to, what is the alternate to this, right? We keep talking about toxic, 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 but uska opposite karna kya hai? What is the other way, And the whole show was made around this idea. And we almost in the entire first season, the word toxic hasn't been used, because we wanted to make sure that this is just conversations with men that you love and admire, and it has nothing to go beyond that. When we are putting out this trailer, literally 2 seconds before we put it and launched it, I felt, I saw the trailer, I saw the title, and I felt something is missing, because I feel like people don't know what we are trying to do. They'll see the trailer, they probably enjoy the trailer, but they may not know what we're trying to do here. I just added a line, a chat show on positive masculinity, just literally 2 seconds before they put the trailer. Every media organization covered it. Literally, season one was written about it in Hindustan Times, Times of India, etc. Only chats on positive masculinity, because again, people also looking for that alternative. They just don't know what it is, and we need to find a way of talking about this alternative in a way that's not boring, that doesn't seem like an intervention. And I know these are like really tough things to do, but that's where storytelling comes in, that's where entertainment comes in, that's where community interventions come in, where you're using sports to do something, you're doing theater to do something, you are involving people in doing things that they enjoy, and through that you are kind of getting them. Political parties have done this in a very different ways on ground. I will not go into deeper on that, I'm sure you know.
Thank you, Nikhil. And thank you to all three of you for the insightful thoughts and also challenging the way all of CSOs are operating. I see many of you were making notes. I'm sure all of us have thoughts. We have under 7 minutes to take these. So I see a hand here in front, then Devyani and Musa in the end. I think we'll have time for just three.
Thank you. It was lovely hearing all of you. I just have a small concern which I would like to share. Like any conversation when it comes to men, boys, or masculinities in general, we tend to hover around. I will go back to this old, categorization by Connell, hegemonic masculinity, complicit masculinity, subordinate masculinity, and marginalized masculinity. So whenever we talk about it, it tends to focus on what's being done and being done with people who are hegemonic masculinity kind of people, like Andrew Tate. So we spoke a lot about it. Then we speak a large about complicit masculinities, people who do not in their personal lives do something which is really bad vis-a-vis gender is concerned, but they benefit from the present patriarchy. For example, people who are doing chat show, comic, comedians and, stand-up comedians, stuff like that. But there are other two groups which are very important and nobody ever talks about it. And that's what generally happens when these conversation happens. Nobody talks about people who are subordinated, people who do not follow gender norms, gender binaries. They are considered less of men and also marginalized people who are really poor. And they are not considered men enough because generally because they are poor or there are certain socioeconomic condition that they are in. So what I feel is that the whole conversation about manosphere is again hovering around these two categories. Uh, the good part is that internet, as we see, is a great equalizer. And everybody gets a chance there. And I see that people who are from these marginalized and subordinated masculinities are also using it. I would like to find out if you have done any research or seen whether to what extent that kind of masculine, those kind of masculinities are represented, to what extent they are talking, and is it going to affect the general gender equality or gender justice scene online? Because I believe a lot of change, if anything is going to come, is from those two categories and not from first two, especially not from complicit masculinity, people who are benefiting from patriarchy, because they will get subsumed into the whole patriarchy all over again due to the market and capitalistic situations that we just spoke about a lot. So what do you think about that? Thank you.
We can take all the questions together and then have responses.
Hi, this is Devyani from Probex Consulting. My question is for Dilip. So you had talked about accountability and care. Can you say a bit more about what you mean by those two words and how you are relating them to each other?
थैंक यू। मेरा नाम मूसा है, मैं बनारस से हूँ। थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड में हिंदी में थोड़ा ज़्यादा बोलूँगा, अंग्रेजी की वोकेबुलरी थोड़ी सी कमज़ोर है, बड़ी बड़ी वाली। तो हम 2009 से पुरुषों और लड़कों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं और लगातार उनके साथ जेंडर इक्वलिटी को लेकर के काम कर रहे हैं। लेकिन 2019 से हमको हमारी टीम ने बोला कि किशोर और युवाओं के तो हम देख लेंगे, कि 40 से 70 के बीच का जो पुरुषों ग्रुप है उसको आप देखिए। तो उनके साथ मैं ज़्यादा 2019 से इंगेज रहा हूँ। तो मैं यहाँ पर दो तीन चीज़ों के लिए थैंक यू कहना चाहूँगा आप सभी लोगों को, कि जो टॉक्सिक मैस्कुलिनिटी शब्द आपने यूज़ किया, जब हम यूज़ करते हैं तो हमको बहुत सारे हमारे एकेडमिक फ्रेंड्स बोलते हैं टॉक्सिक मैस्कुलिनिटी मत बोलो, हेजेमोनिक मैस्कुलिनिटी बोला करो। और मैं एक और टर्म यूज़ करता हूँ टॉक्सिक प्रिविलेजेस, कि जो जहरीली जो सुविधाएं हैं पुरुषों की, उनके साथ कैसे चर्चा की जाए। तो इस पर भी हमको डांट पड़ती है कि मत बोला करो, क्योंकि और वो जो लोनलीनेस वाली बात है वो भी मैं एकदम समझ पा रहा हूँ। और मैं जब रीइमेजिनिंग केयर के बारे में या मेंस फेयर के बारे में सोचता हूँ, तो मैं अपनी जस्ट अपने बारे में बता रहा हूँ ताकि आप उसको कुछ हमको गाइड कर सके, कि पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमी जो है वो केयर वर्क से जुड़ी है, मेरा ये मानना है। क्योंकि हम बुढ़ापे में पूरा मतलब ऐसे समझिए कि पैसिव इनकम और एक्टिव इनकम, पैसिव इनकम क्यों चाहिए? बुढ़े हो गए, बेटे से बहुत प्यार है, बेटी से बहुत प्यार है, लेकिन प्रॉपर्टी का बंटवारा मरने के बाद ही होगा। लेकिन माँ हमारी जो है उसके पास कोई प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, लेकिन बेटा अपनी माँ के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं सुन सकता। माँ अपने आप को सिक्योर समझती है, बाप अपने आप को सिक्योर नहीं समझता। ये पूरी इकोनॉमी ही उसके चारों तरफ बनी हुई है, पूरा इंश्योरेंस सिस्टम उसके चारों तरफ बना हुआ है, सब कुछ उसके चारों तरफ बना हुआ है, और वो सब कुछ केयर वर्क से जुड़ा हुआ है। और मैं ऐसे देखता हूं कि ये जो पूरा ग्लोबल कैपिटलिस्ट सिस्टम है, तो जब कोई ह्यूमन राइट की बात बोलता है तो मेरे मुंह से निकलता है वेस्टर्न मॉडल ऑफ ह्यूमन राइट, बोलते ये क्या होता है। फिर बोलते हैं कि फेमिनिज्म, तो बोलते क्या वेस्टर्न मॉडल ऑफ फेमिनिज्म, बोलते ये क्या होता है। बोलते क्या, तो वो मतलब इनके पैसे में ये सब क्या है। तो ये सबके पीछे वही है कि किस तरीके से हम टुकड़ों में बांटे, आइसोलेट करें और हर चीज को कैपिटलाइज करें। इंटरनेट का दौर आ गया है, तो अभी तक इंटरनेट पर टॉक्सिक मैस्कुलिनिटी दिखा रहे थे, अब पॉजिटिव मैस्कुलिनिटी दिखाओ। पर केयर वर्क में हमारा पुरुषों कैसे आएंगे, कैसे वो इस पूरे कैपिटलिस्ट माइंडसेट से बाहर निकल करके इंटर राइट्स ऑफ रिलेशनशिप, रिश्तों के हक को कैसे समझेंगे, जो लोनलीनेस है ना, वो कैसे समझेंगे, कैसे वो फील करेंगे कि उनको डरना नहीं है अपने बुढ़ापे के लिए, चाहे वो पुरुष हो चाहे महिला हो, डरना नहीं है। जो रिश्ते हैं, ह्यूमैनिटी है, उस पर कैसे आएंगे, वैल्यूज पर कैसे आएंगे, तो उसको लेकर के कैसे काम करेंगे। तो बहुत सारी चीजें निकल के हैं, लोनलीनेस, कैपिटलिज्म, थोड़ा सा इसको कैसे और थ्योराइज कर सकते हैं, और ये जो जहरीली सुविधाएं हैं, टॉक्सिक प्रिविलेजेस हैं, और कैसे वो पूरे कैपिटलिस्ट मॉडल से जुड़ा है। पूरी इकोनॉमी दुनिया की जो है वो केयर वर्क से जुड़ी है, हमारे घर से जुड़ी है। और जब ना हमको बिखेरते जाएंगे, टुकड़ों में बांटते जाएंगे, एक न्यूक्लियर फैमिली बनाते जाएंगे, और हमको केयर वर्क क्यों चाहिए, ताकि दोनों बाहर जाकर काम करें। अभी बोल रहे थे ना कि दोनों बाहर जाकर काम करें, तो वो इकोनॉमी का ही पार्ट बनना है उनको। एक आदमी घर में क्यों नहीं रह सकता, दोनों में से कोई एक रह सकता है ना। तो बाहर जाके दोनों काम, दोनों ही कमाए, दोनों पार्ट ऑफ कैपिटलिस्ट स्ट्रक्चर में बने रहें। तो ये जो पूरा कैपिटलिस्ट मॉडल ऑफ जो जो सिस्टम है, पूरा वेस्टर्न मॉडल जिसको मैं खास तौर से बोलता हूँ, इस पर कैसे और थ्योराइज कर सकते हैं, थोड़ा सा उस पर और इनलाइटमेंट, थोड़ा सा सीखने को मिले, थोड़ा सा समझने को मिले कि हम सही दिशा में सोच पा रहे हैं या नहीं सोच पा रहे हैं। दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आल्सो लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड।
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Musa. I think we have one more, Radhika. Yeah.
थैंक यू पैनलिस्ट, इट वाज अ वेरी इंसाइटफुल डिस्कशन। मुस्तफा जी से मैं भी थोड़ा सा अग्री करके कि कभी कभी जब हम लोग की लैंग्वेज वेस्टर्न है तो हमारी कल्पना और काम भी वेस्टर्न हो जाता है। तो आई थिंक हमको एक नई लैंग्वेज इन्वेंट करने की ज़रूरत है कुछ कॉन्वर्सेशंस करने के लिए। और इससे मेरा बड़ा सरल वो है, जैसे हम लोग टॉक्सिक मैस्कुलिनिटी, आप सभी लोग जो जितने लोग काम करते हैं सबको पता होगा, ये हम लोग कभी चर्चा में ऐसे शब्द नहीं इस्तेमाल करते हैं। यूजुअली वी टॉक अबाउट कि पॉपुलर इमेज हीरो कैसा दिखाई देता है, हमारी फिल्म्स के हीरो कैसे हैं, और इस तरह के सेगवेज लेके हम लोग जाते हैं। एक जो पॉइंट मुझे बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगा कि दिलीप जी आपकी बातों में मुझे एक 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 थीम ऑफ विक्टिमहुड अराउंड मेन दिख रही थी। और आपने एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात बोली निखिल जी कि मेन डोंट वांट टू कंसिडर देमसेल्व्स एज विक्टिम्स, वो कन्फ्रंट नहीं करना है। बट आई थिंक इन दोनों के बीच में एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्पेस है ऑफ बोरोड विक्टिमहुड। सो ऑफन जब आप वो सेव इंडियन फैमिली फाउंडेशन की बात कर रहे हैं, दोज आर पीपल हु मे हैव गॉट शॉर्ट एंड ऑफ द स्टिक इन द लाइफ, कुछ हुआ होगा उनके जीवन में। बट ज्यादातर आदमी जो उस नैरेटिव का पार्ट बन रहे हैं, उन्होंने वो विक्टिमहुड कहीं से बोरो किया है, उनकी अपनी लाइफ का नहीं है। तो आई थिंक इट इज एन इंटरेस्टिंग स्पेस टू काइंड ऑफ एक्सप्लोर। एंड if either one of you have explored that, ये ये जो borrowed victimhood वाला space है, तो I would be really interested to learn more about it. Thank you so much.
I think I'm getting the message that we need to keep the responses very, very short and close this soon and continue this over lunch. I think all of us can convene over lunch. So maybe Dilip, there was one question directly to you.
Yeah. With care and accountability, what I mean is, particularly in our internal conversations, we spend a lot of time thinking about how do we hold ourselves accountable in the work that we do, because we are kind of like centering the needs of men, and also there are legit fears around it not sliding to the men's rights organization way, right? But what we are also realizing is structurally men hold power, but there's a lot of helplessness individually that men experiences depending on different intersections of class, caste, etc., right? So, and particularly within this manosphere also, if there's grievance based, if there is self-improvement, if there is anti-feminist, there are on different parts of how much care they need versus how much accountability they need. If you look at that as one monolith and say that, okay, manosphere, all men who are engaging with these spaces need to be compliant and only accountable, then we're just going to have more and more people slide into that sphere of environment than otherwise. So what does really practicing care for people who are experiencing extreme grievance or looking for learning or improving or figuring out how to be a better man really look like is one of the questions that we are holding. And I do think it is some sort of caregiving that needs to come from men towards men. But I think we're seeing that take shape probably as an ecosystem as we move on.
Laura, yeah.
Two quick responses. One, that you're absolutely right, कि when you're talking about masculinities, you have to be looking at the range of it. जो हमारा काम है, we actually on the ground work in rural communities with marginalized communities. For example, we're working in Mewat, or the impact that we have there is mind blowing. It's so interesting because when you do the similar kind of program in Delhi, vis-a-vis when we do it there, the uptake is fantastic because there is a need for that kind of conversation. और जो the kind of content we create, we're working with nano micro influencers are from tier 2, tier 3 cities to be able to create those conversation spaces. Our social media is hugely empowering for these young people. So actually large numbers में those people are coming out and using these spaces for self-expression. So I do think the entire range is being covered. And the interesting point about जो victimhood है, I find this pretty fascinating. Like for example, हम कहते हैं हिंदू समाज खतरे में है. It's a narrative, right? Like वही like men खतरे में है. It's the narrative that we build, and we kind of, it's very convenient to place yourself as a victim at certain point of time and not the victim in another. That's exactly what we are dealing with, right? ये broader जो narrative pushback जो हमको करना है is precisely about hijacking these narratives and presenting it in a particular way.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura.
आई डोंट हैव एनीथिंग मच टू ऐड, बट जैसे आपने भी कहा कि एक मेजॉरिटेरियन विक्टिमहुड है जो पूरा नैरेटिव अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड है. वाइट्स आर फीलिंग लाइक दैट. हमारी कंट्री में देयर इज़ अ नैरेटिव दैट इज़ बीइंग गिवन, एंड हर जगह आप देख रहे हैं इस समय कि जो जो मेजॉरिटी में है उनको पॉलिटिकली उनको गुस्से में रखने के लिए ये नैरेटिव बेचा जाता है. तो ये नैरेटिव लोग इसलिए विश्वास कर लेते हैं क्योंकि उनके पास कोई काउंटर नैरेटिव ही नहीं है. तो काउंटर नैरेटिव को कैसे हम किस तरीके से उन तक पहुंचाएं, हम लोग किस कौन कौन से मीडियम्स यूज करें, हाउ डू वी मेक श्योर दैट वी आर लाउडर देन द अदर्स. कि मुझे जो हमेशा लगता है कि हमारे, एंड नॉट जस्ट अगेन मैस्कुलिनिटी को लेकर, बट हमारे जितने भी लिबरल थॉट प्रोसेसेस हैं, प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट प्रोसेसेस हैं, मुझे लगता है कि हम उतना नहीं चीखते जितना जो हमारे कंजर्वेटिव थॉट प्रोसेसेस वाले चीखते हैं, जो रिग्रेसिव लोग चीखते हैं. अल्टीमेटली हमारा पीस ऑफ माइंड, हमारे लिए, हम लोग मेंटल हेल्थ पे भी काम करते हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली ये भी करते नहीं, वी शुड टेक अ स्टेप बैक बिकॉज आवर मेंटल हेल्थ इज एट स्टेक, एंड विच इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मैं ये भी नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि सबको मतलब हमेशा एक्टिविज्म करना चाहिए, बट दैट इज ऑल्सो वाई एक व्हाट आर द ऑल्टरनेट वेज ऑफ डूइंग दिस. स्टोरी टेलिंग कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं हम, कम्युनिटी इंटरेक्शन कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं हम, कैसे हम कॉलेजेस में जाकर जेंडर सेंसिटाइजेशन की बात कर सकते हैं, स्कूल्स में कहाँ से शुरू करें, हाउ डू वी डू दिस एट स्केल विदाउट हैविंग टू रेज आवर वॉइसेस टू दैट लेवल. बिकॉज अब चक्कर वही है, हम लोग हर जगह प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट प्रोसेस इसलिए हार रहा है बिकॉज प्रोग्रेसिव थॉट प्रोसेस में सेल्फ केयर इज ऑल्सो इन्वॉल्व. आप केयर की बात कर रहे हैं, अगर हम अपनी फैमिली के बारे में केयर नहीं रखेंगे, अपने बारे में केयर नहीं रखेंगे, तो हम किसी और को, हम बाकी दुनिया में कैसे केयर रह पाएंगे. एंड बट वो लोग नहीं सोच रहे, उनको नहीं फर्क पड़ रहा इन चीज़ों से, एंड दैट इज वेयर द बेसिक इशू इज. तो किस तरीके से, हाउ डू वी फाइंड ऑल्टरनेट वेज ऑफ डूइंग दिस विदाउट जस्ट academic and activist interventions. We need broader capitalist commercial storytelling community interventions, and that I think is the larger solution.
Thank you, Nikhil, Laura, Dilip, for this conversation and putting it out there, what it actually is, and naming it for what it is. Thank you all for your questions and reflections. Now, I would like to invite Radhika to moderate the next panel alongside Hari from Azad Foundation, Ravi from ICRW Asia, and Sudakshina from ECF. Thank you, panelists, once again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes. Just and thank you to all the co-panelists for agreeing to be on this panel and talking about another key critical issue that came up during the study, which was around how do you really sustain behavioral change and what are the challenges that come up, how do we mitigate those challenges, and also talk a little more about what are the factors that has helped in sustaining the change in the work that you all have been doing for so long. But before we start, just quick introduction to all my panelists. Our first panelist is Hari. Hari Sharma is a development practitioner primarily focused on the intersection of men and masculinities and women's non-traditional livelihoods in India. With 12 years of experience, he currently serves as the thematic lead for engaging men and boys for gender justice at Azad Foundation. He is also the co-chairperson of the Men Engage India Alliance and an alumnus of the Rise Up Leadership Accelerator, with the focus on working with men and boys for systematic change at policy level. Our second panelist is Sudakshana. Sudakshana serves as the Senior Manager of Programs and Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning at the Equal Community Foundation, bringing over 14 years of experience in designing, implementing, and strengthening social development programs. She holds a master's degree in social work and currently leads ECF's MEL function in addition to heading Project RACE. Our next panelist is Ravi Verma. Ravi Verma is the Executive Director at International Center for Research on Women Asia. Ravi is a social scientist with an interest on gender issues and how they impact our day-to-day lives, both in short and long run. He has also done a considerable amount of work to deconstruct violence from gender and masculinity perspective. So we'll just start off this conversation. The structure for the panel remains the same. We'll have a couple of rounds of questions to the panelists, and then we will open it up to all of you to share your reflections and any questions that you may have. So the first question that I just want to ask is, and थोड़ा पॉजिटिव नोट से स्टार्ट करते हैं, जैसे हम थोड़ा लास्ट पैनल एंड किया अबाउट कि क्या ऑल्टरनेट फॉर्म्स ऑफ नैरेटिव को मीडिया में लाने के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है या क्या सिल्वर लाइनिंग्स हमें दिखते हैं. अगर हम वहीं से कंटिन्यू करें तो अगर हम बिहेवियर चेंज को सस्टेन करने की बात कर रहे हैं प्रोग्राम्स में, तो आप लोगों के एक्सपीरियंस में आपके काम में आपने क्या ऐसे फैक्टर्स देखे हैं जो सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव रहे हैं वो बिहेवियरल चेंज लाने में, तो और उसको सस्टेन करने में. सो हम हरी से स्टार्ट करते हैं. हरी, आज़ाद का काम मेन फॉर जेंडर जस्टिस इतने सालों से चल रहा है, उस वो काम में जब आपने देखा कि चेंज, और आप लोग आपका प्रोग्राम भी अभी थोड़ा लंबा है, विच इज़ एन एक्सेप्शन अगेंस्ट मोस्ट प्रोग्राम्स विच आर मोर शॉर्ट ड्यूरेशन. So how do you see, what are the factors that have helped in sustaining change?
So thank you, Radhika. तो बेसिकली हम जब मेन फॉर जेंडर जस्टिस में और आज़ाद में जब हम इस काम को देखते हैं तो ये आई थिंक थ्रू आउट द ईयर ये हमारी एक बहुत बड़ी लर्निंग एंड एक फैक्टर रहा है कि आई थिंक अगर हमको बिहेवियर चेंज और ख़ास तौर पे अगर हमें मर्दानगी पे लड़कों के साथ काम करना है तो डेफिनेटली हमको वो 1 साल या 2 साल से नहीं होने वाला है. सो बेसिकली अभी हमारा पूरा जो काम है वो हम एक जिसके साथ हम कोहोर्ट जिसको हम कहते हैं कि हमने अगर जैसे हर सिटी में अभी हम दिल्ली, जयपुर और कोलकाता में भी हम काम कर रहे हैं मैन के साथ में, और जहाँ पे ऑलरेडी हमारा वुमेन इज व्हील प्रोग्राम जहाँ है. सो हम उसमें बेसिकली कंटिन्यूसली 3 ईयर उनके साथ में रिगरस एक इंगेजमेंट थ्रू, जिसको हम एज ए पखवाड़ा बोलते हैं, क्योंकि फोर्थ नाइटली इंगेजमेंट उनके साथ में हम द पर्सपेक्टिव बिल्डिंग. एंड जब हम स्पेसिफिकली अगर हम केयर की बात करते हैं, आई थिंक द लास्ट जो पैनल था उसमें काफी बातचीत हुई. सो बेसिकली बहुत ज्यादा फोकस होता है, जेंडर एंड मैस्कुलिनिटी होता है, बट इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस को लेकर हम उनके साथ में, क्योंकि जब तक हम सेल्फ अवेयरनेस की बात नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हम हमारे, क्योंकि ये काफी एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कि लड़कों से पूछते हैं कि अच्छा कैसा लगता है, तो एक ही जवाब आता है अच्छा लग रहा है. लेकिन तो वो इमोशन की भाषा को समझना पहले तो वो बहुत जरूरी है. एंड जब तक और तब एंड उस भाषा को अगर हम नहीं समझेंगे तब तक आई थिंक केयर, चाहे वो घर में किसी और की हो या खुद की हो, वो उस केयर के काम में या एक जिस तरीके से हम बदलाव देखते हैं मर्दानगी को देखते हुए, वो बहुत मुश्किल है. एंड तो उसके लिए हम कंटिन्यूसली 3 साल उस सेम बैच के साथ में, सेम लड़कों के साथ में हम काम करते हैं. और 3 साल के बाद में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि हमें लगता है कि लड़कों की जिंदगी अगर एक बार वो बदल गई तो वो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो जिंदगी भर बदले रहेंगे. सो उसके बाद में जिस तरीके के, क्योंकि ये बात सही है कि जब बदलाव लेकर घर में जाते हैं तो सबसे बड़ा बैकलेस घर में स्टार्ट होता है कि ये क्या नई चीज तुम सीख के आए हो, जो ये हमारे घर में तो आज तक ऐसा नहीं हुआ है। सो उस समय आई थिंक लड़कों के साथ में खड़े रहना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। तो हम 3 साल के बाद में हमारा एक बहुत बड़ा इंटरवेंशन जिसको हम कहते हैं एंगेजमेंट विद द एलुमनीज, कि उसके बाद में हम उनके साथ कंटिन्यूअसली 5 से 6 साल, तो अभी हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि जिनके साथ हमने 2018 में काम किया है आज भी वो हमारे साथ में है, और हम किसी न किसी तरीके से क्वार्टरली उनके साथ में हम एक दिन का पूरा एंगेजमेंट उनके साथ में करते हैं। और एक फैक्टर मुझे लगता है जो हमने इस दौरान सीखा है कि लड़कों की अपनी एक समस्याएं हैं, जब ये हम बात कर रहे थे कि एक चैलेंज है उनके सामने भी। तो जब हम, क्योंकि हमारे काम है और हम एक ऐसा विजन हम रखते हैं संस्थाओं में काम करने का कि इक्वल वर्ल्ड हो, बट आई थिंक हमें एक एम्पैथेटिकली सोचने की जरूरत है कि एक 18 साल के और एक 22 साल के लड़के के सामने एक चैलेंज है वहां पे ऐसे ऐसे कमाने का भी। तो हम केयर की बात कर रहे हैं, हम मर्दानगी की बात कर रहे हैं, उस समय हम उनके साथ में बात करते हैं कि ये इम्पोर्टेंट है, बट आई थिंक हाउ वी कैन सपोर्ट देम टू लिंकेजेस विद द इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटीज, एक स्किल बिल्डिंग पे, कि जहां पर उनको एक ऐसा स्पेस मिले जहां पे वो केयरिंग एंड वो जो जिसको हम कहते हैं ममतामय मर्दानगी की भी बात करें, लेकिन वो घर में जाकर कैसे उस बात को रखें और अपनी चिंताओं को कैसे, कि जहां पे वो काम कर सकें, उनकी स्किल बने। तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा फैक्टर है जिसमें हम खास तौर पे इसमें हम लड़कों को सपोर्ट करते हैं टू लिंकेज, जो स्किल प्रोग्राम है या जिस तरीके के हैं। एक फैक्टर मुझे लगता है कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है लड़कों के साथ में अगर हमें इंगेज करना है, क्योंकि ये भी अब उनकी मर्दानगी को कंट्रोल करना होता है कि उनको सेशन में बुला के उनको ज्ञान दिया जाए, क्योंकि मर्द अपने आप को इतना समझते हैं कि हमें सब कुछ आता है। सो वो उस मर्दानगी के लिए आई थिंक बहुत अलग तरीके की क्रिएटिव आर्ट्स हम काफी यूज करते हैं, लाइक जैसे डांस मूवमेंट थेरेपी हम यूज करते हैं, स्पोर्ट्स हम उसमें यूज करते हैं, हमने काफी सारे ऐसे कुछ कॉमिक बुक्स जो हमने काम किया वो है। एंड लड़कों के अलावा एक आजाद के पूरे एक इकोसिस्टम में काम है कि चाहे वो महिलाओं के साथ हम विभिन्न व्हील में करते हैं तो हम उनके पुरुषों के साथ में भी उस तरीके के कंटिन्यूस डायलॉग करते हैं। और खास तौर पे हम किशोरियों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं तो उनके भाइयों के साथ हम जरूर काम करते हैं, क्योंकि अगर हमें एज ए सपोर्टिव सिस्टम बनाना है तो उसमें ऐसे इकोसिस्टम के साथ पूरे परिवार के साथ में हम कैसे काम करते हैं। सो उससे हमें लगता है कि वो काफी एक सपोर्टिव एंड एक फैक्टर रहा है हमारे साथ में। तो वो काफी उस तरीके के इस तरीके कुछ फैक्टर्स है जो आई थिंक हमें कंटिन्यूअसली मदद कर रहे हैं।
थैंक यू हरी, आपने काफ़ी मुद्दों पे बात की, चाहे ड्यूरेशन हो, एंट्री पॉइंट्स हो, आपका घर के बाकी लोगों के साथ काम करना ताकि वो रेजिस्टेंस कम हो सके। सो दक्षिणा, आपके पास आते हैं। ईसीएफ भी बहुत समय से मेन एंड बॉयज़ के साथ काम कर रहा है। आपने क्या देखे हैं कुछ फैक्टर्स जो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट रहे हैं इस चेंज को सस्टेन करने के लिए उनमें?
Yeah, thank you, Radhika, for that question, and thank you, ICRW, for opening up this kind of a conversation. एक तो है belief रखना. I think that's a very vital learning that we had since the last 15 years कि men and boys can and men and boys will change. Because बाकी जो alternate narrative हम सुनते आए हैं, मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता. Boys will be boys. So if we keep a belief of faith that they will change and create that kind of ecosystem कि जहाँ वो बदल सकते हैं, I think that's kind of the start point. Of course, echoing with what Hari already mentioned कि long term engagement किस प्रकार से रखे जाए, because when we started back in 2009, of course, there were organizations working with men, but we found a gap where adolescent boys were not being engaged. So there was a gap at that time. And our constant intervention was for 45 weeks. So whole 45 weeks they be with us as a foundation program, and then वो फिर alumni में जाते हैं, धीरे धीरे leader बनते हैं, kind of similar structure जैसे इन्होंने already बताया. So that kind of consistent reinforcement is extremely important. Otherwise कहीं ना कहीं वो छूट जाते हैं. आज वो आए, अवेयरनेस हो गया, दे नो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग, दे गो बैक टू द सेम इकोसिस्टम वेयर फैमिलीज में जो सिखाया जाता है कि हमारे घर में लड़के काम नहीं करते हैं, दोज पॉइंट ऑफ थिंग्स कम अप, एंड they would then go away from it. So daily intervention or a continuous intervention is extremely important. The other vital factor which has worked for us over the years has been a very strong alumni network which we have, जो kind of role model की तरह काम करते हैं. Because of course we work in a urban space, so उस तरह से अगर देखा जाए तो urban setup में उन communities में, जिन low income communities में हम काम करते हैं, जो alumni groups हमारे पास है, all of them are role models to the newer batch. It was actually a very goosebump moment for us. I think in last November we had a kind of conclave with alumni who were there with us 15 years back or 13 years back, and they are all above 30 now. A few of them above 25. And it was wonderful to know that उस समय जो attitude change उन्होंने किया था, they have sustained it. It's not that they are doing जेंडर इक्वालिटी इन देयर वर्क स्पेसेस और ऐसा ही वो कर रहे हैं, सब नॉन प्रॉफिट में है, ऐसा नहीं है. बट दे हैव tried to create that safe space for themselves, for their peers, and for their family. Maybe not on a very community level all the time, because बहुत बार I think we as practitioners also we are a little hard on ourselves and our programs की community level में तो impact नहीं हो रहा है. But when we take a step back and look at say 200 adolescents or 200 young adults taking one step each, that's a bigger community we are reaching out to. So I think वो vital चीज है एक जो हमें आगे लेके जा सकता है. Secondly, of course, having this built into the entire ecosystem, because with ECF at least we work in low income communities, but now we have tried to, or since the last few years we have started working with the government, have tie-ups in the schools or have tie-ups in the colleges. So building it in the ecosystem has been extremely important for us. Otherwise it was becoming as if we are working in silos, and that was not being possible. So वो ecosystem बनाना, वो safe space create करना हमारे लिए बहुत vital रहा है. And I think last panel में हम वो discuss कर रहे थे कि how we are, I mean, there's a personal connection to each one of us. So having that faith that yes, this is happening. So yeah, I think that has been really helpful for us.
थैंक यू सुदक्षिणा. इट्स इंटरेस्टिंग कि कितना कॉमनैलिटीज निकल के आ रहा है आप दोनों के अप्रोच में और जो फैक्टर्स हैं जो काम करते हैं. रवि, ओवर टू यू. ICRW ने स्कूल्स में भी काम किया है, हमने कम्युनिटीज में भी काम किया है. तो इतने सालों में आपने क्या सीखा है?
फेल हो गए हैं. नो, वेल आई थिंक ICRW एक फेमिनिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. हमने तो बहुत ही वी हैव लर्नड इट हार्ड वे कि पावर नेगोशिएशन वो इतना आसान नहीं है. एंड कोई भी चेंज जो उस पावर डायनेमिक्स को लाने की कोशिश करती है, वो इट्स दैट हैज टू बी मल्टी लेवल एंड मल्टीफेरियस एंड पूरे इकोसिस्टम में अगर नहीं वो रेजोनेट करती है तो वो चेंज एक इंडिविजुअल लेवल पर केवल सीमित रह जाती है. तो एंड वी कांट सी gender equality as an just one time outcome. It is a process that needs to be invigorated, in our efforts to change. So उस लेंस से हम लोग का हमने जो सीखा है 20-22 सालों में, वो ये है कि बहुत we need many different approaches to engage in this kind of conversation. One more thing which has become very evident and clear in recent times, कि मैनोस्फीयर की जो बातें हो रही हैं वो आज नई नहीं हमेशा से रही हैं. आई थिंक वी आर perhaps giving too much weight to this. One opinion, and I think I believe in this, that it's not a majority view. मैनोस्फीयर के द्वारा क्रिएट किए जा रहे जो नैरेटिव्स है वो माइनॉरिटी व्यू है एसेंशियली. और चूँकि उसका कॉमर्शियल एस्पेक्ट है, कंट्रोवर्शियल है, उसमें इट अट्रैक्ट्स कंटेंट क्रिएशन एंड it has a lot of creative opportunities, and creativity has commercial aspects as well. So but then on the ground
I think the reality is not completely in sync with what we think. Manosphere का जो हवा है वो उससे पूरी तरीके से सिंक नहीं करता। हम लोग का जिस का काम बॉयज मेन के साथ, in recent years we have learned that if वो conversations अगर उनकी रोज की जिंदगी से हम जोड़ सकते हैं बिना जेंडर या ये जार्गनाइज लैंग्वेज यूज किए, तब शायद इसको सार्थक बनाते हैं। दे जैसे we have seen working with young men in the rural communities in Jharkhand and in other places, that they 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 engage in the work or in these conversations by realistically relating some of their day-to-day struggles, and they all we do is to facilitate, to help them analyze where that issue comes from, where they struggle, or where they're for example water management in the rural areas, वो अभी तक वो औरतों के ही दायित्व का में रहता है। वो आदमी और पुरुष नहीं उसको ध्यान देते थे, लेकिन जब वो कॉन्वर्सेशन शुरू हुआ तो उन्होंने वाटर को के ऊपर जितनी भी मुद्दे थे वो उन्होंने जेंडर से जोड़ के देखना उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया। और इंडिविजुअल एक्शंस वो कलेक्टिव्स में बदलते चले गए। वो पॉलिसीज जो सिस्टम्स जो थी उनको उन्होंने इन्फ्लुएंस करना शुरू किया। तो वो एक प्रोसेस जो शुरू हुआ वो इस कन्विक्शन से हुआ कि हमारे इट्स अ पब्लिक गुड, इट्स नॉट माय इंडिविजुअल चेंज जो हम किसी आइडियल्स की वजह से चेंज करना चाहते हैं, बल्कि इट इज समथिंग विच इम्पैक्ट्स एवरीवन। सो जो इकोसिस्टम चेंज के प्रोसेस की बात हम करते हैं वो तभी हो सकती है जब हम ये इन कॉन्वर्सेशंस को उनके लिए वो स्पेस दें जहां वो अपने आप अपने रोज के मुद्दों में इन इश्यूज को देख सकें और इसको एक लार्जर पब्लिक गुड की तरीके से देखें, ताकि वो इज लाइक वीमेन का की इश्यूज हैं, चाहे एजुकेशन की भी हैं, वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वीमेन। हम लोग वी हैव वर्क for long engaging boys, men, women in conversations around dismantling the idea of violence, from personal spaces to public spaces in communities and all. And we have seen how it impacts everyone. And but they use different lenses. When they engage in the conversations, they begin to see how it translates into their day-to-day lives, which impacts them as well. So it is taking the conversations beyond us versus them to a position where it becomes a collective kind of an issue, and every issue has that collective aspect. So I think, yeah, and this is something that we are learning, and we have not mastered that. There are so many curriculums. Having curriculum is one thing, but delivering those curriculums in the communities, finding a right kind of language, right kind of conviction has always been a learning point for us and for all our partners that we work. But once we begin the journey, we begin to unfold. The idea is that we don't remain limited to few individuals, even if they are champions for change for some time at a given point in time. It has to go beyond that. It has to impact the systems within which they already, they begin to create the larger ecosystem. So that's what many different ways we have tried, and we're still learning. We think that there is one step forward, two step back, and this discourses confuse हो जाती हैं, language हम लोगों की mixed up हो जाती है, और so yes, there's no one formula of this. Eventually, who is initiating this process, who is owning up, accountability किसके पास है, वो एक constant issue रहता है इस process of change को नियत करने में या उसको determine करने में. It can never be a top down approach. So लेकिन जा करके when you begin to do the intervention, there is always an issue that how do you make it that it is not coming from outside. So ownership of change is so critical. और वहाँ से फिर accountability issue बन जाती है. So yeah, I think it's a process that we are all engaged in. I think with men boys के issues में discourse और भी change हो जाता है as opposed to the women's working with women and girls. We have been working with women and girls all. So we began this synchronization approach जब हम लोगों ने बिल्कुल डिफरेंट तरीके से इसको सोचना शुरू किया कि बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स की को साथ में काम करें या उनके साथ अलग अलग काम करना चाहिए, एक ही ज्योग्राफी में काम करें, किस सीक्वेंस में काम करना चाहिए. अगर वीमेन एंड गर्ल्स के काम हमारे पहले से हो रहे हैं, देन वी बिगिन to bring men and boys into those conversations, then it has a different trajectory and different kind of texture of conversation, different ways of delivering those pedagogy. But if you don't have in certain areas men and women's work or girls work very strongly embedded, and we begin working with men and boys, then at what point we begin we bring women into the discussion, that becomes a critical decision. And everything needs to be driven by certain kind of evidence that we continue to generate to make sure that it is that we are learning something out of that whole exercise. And every piece that we work in the communities that has a learning outcome, we don't want to miss on that. And direction that again can be a very deterministic kind of direction. It is to impact the systems and the policies that are operating in larger picture. Has the market hai, policy spaces, and they are determining. I mean, everyone has so well articulated. The first panel still हमारे दिमाग गूंज रहा है वो, because that is the larger picture within which these changes are being navigated. So yeah, as interventionist, we are very conscious that whatever we do has very different implications from if we had done it in different ways. For example, if we had, as I said, bring men first and women later, or bring them together, or bring them separately, where does the conversation begin? Why does it begin there? Who's owning up? Those are the nuances that need to be constantly seen within the larger picture. So a mapping and understanding people know KYC is so important for knowing the context and knowing the people that we work with is first critical piece.
Thank you, Ravi. It's very helpful to know how you also spoke a lot about the issues that we face while we are doing this work. हमारे क्या learnings रहे हैं कि हम ये इसको कैसे sustain कर सके, वो एक काफ़ी important learning है. बट उसके अलावा आपने और कुछ challenges के बारे में बात की, चाहे वो language related हो, चाहे वो evidence related हो, systems related हो. तो वो ही हमारा थोड़ा दूसरा सवाल होने वाला था, टू जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड अ लिटिल बिट मोर फ्रॉम ऑल ऑफ योर एक्सपीरियंस ऑल्सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि ये जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, अगर हम ये काम को सस्टेन करना चाह रहे हैं, और सुबह से भी जैसे बात हो रहा है अबाउट men's economic vulnerabilities, especially when we are working in urban areas. We've spoken, the last panel also spoke about the larger structural forces at play, चाहे वो economic forces हों, political forces हों. तो आपके खुद के काम में आपने किस तरीके के चैलेंज देखे हैं इस काम को, इस बिहेवियर चेंज को सस्टेन करने में? एंड आई थिंक हमारे ऑडियंस के लिए, हमारे लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ी लर्निंग ये भी रहेगी कि उसको मिटिगेट करने के लिए क्या किया जा सकता है. कुछ चीज़ें जो शायद आप लोगों ने ऑलरेडी की हों अपने प्रोग्राम्स में, या कुछ ऑल्सो आपके रिकमेंडेशंस हों कि अगर हमें इसे सस्टेन करना है, अगर हम चाहते हैं कि ये काम और आगे बढ़े, तो उसके लिए क्या और करने की ज़रूरत है, चाहे वो स्टेट के लेवल पे हो, एविडेंस के लेवल पे हो, मार्केट्स के लेवल पे हो. तो ये दो सवाल. सो दक्षिणा, आपसे स्टार्ट करते हैं.
या आई थिंक फर्स्ट इज चैलेंज एक तो हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है. देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ फैमिली रेजिस्टेंस. We actually literally had incidents when we went for focus group discussions. हमारे program के बाद behavior measure करने के लिए we went with the entire team, and parents in this case mostly mothers, क्योंकि हमारे FGDs में ज़्यादातर mothers आते हैं. That's another topic of discussion. क्यों? So उन्होंने हमें बताया कि आप क्या अनाप शनाप सिखा रहे हो, हमारे घर में ऐसा नहीं होता है. Our boys don't work. ये गलत है. So that was of course 10 years back. Currently, we have also changed our strategy after that, because between 2018 to 2020, when we studied a group of boys through our longitudinal evaluation, वो हमारे सबसे बड़ा एक learning था कि we have to include the entire ecosystem. We were working with adolescent boys, we were making them alumni, we were making them youth leaders. We were working with parents, of course, but we have to engage a larger stakeholder. अदरवाइज वो काम पॉसिबल नहीं हो पा रहा था. सो अभी जैसे अगर वुमेन्स कलेक्टिव है कम्युनिटीज़ में या फिर स्टेक होल्डर एंगेजमेंट हो रहा है, तो अगेन 100% अभी भी कुछ नहीं हुआ है. इट्स ऑलवेज अ ग्रेजुअल एंड लीनियर प्रोसेस. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं उनको एटलीस्ट लगने लगा है कि हाँ ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है. लड़कों को भी घर में हाउस होल्ड चोर्स शेयर करने का अधिकार है, या वो भी कर सकते हैं, बट पहले वो बहुत ज़्यादा रेजिस्टेंस था. Secondly, peer pressure. I think I'll start with a quick example of one of our facilitators, our mentors. We call them mentors. So basically, this person was a participant. Then he became an alumni, and now, since a few years, he's a mentor. So he keeps on sharing his journey. And when he started sharing household chores at home, or now that he has 2 children, he प्रीडोमिनेंटली, क्योंकि सुबह के वक्त वो घर पे रहते हैं, तो वो ज़्यादातर समय अपने बच्चों के साथ स्पेंड करते हैं, उनको स्कूल में भेजना, नहलाना एंड ऑल दैट. सो देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ रेजिस्टेंस और मॉकिंग फ्रॉम हिज फ्रेंड्स, हिज पियर्स, even at this stage, even after he's almost 30 now, even at this stage, कि मतलब क्या कर रहा है तू. Because the basic idea is कि अगर तुम करोगे तो तुम्हें देख के मुझे भी करना पड़ेगा. Or my family will expect the same out of me. So why I should just better stop you from caregiving work instead of me getting into the caregiving work, because that's easier for me. So there's a lot of peer pressure around that, which is why kabhi kabhi men or boys, they do take a step back and ठीक है मुझे करना ही नहीं है फिर. Because we were always talking about long term प्रोग्राम, तो वो और एक चैलेंज हो जाता है. ऑफ कोर्स फंडिंग इज अ डेफिनेट इशू, but the other reality, and which we are also facing predominantly after COVID, is this survival instinct. पुरुषों के पास या यंग बॉयज़ के पास सही में जो ये फाइनेंशियल बर्डन आ रहा है, many of them they take up 2 jobs. Many of them, they have already migrated from their communities or from their cities, and they are in a different place altogether. And वहाँ पे एक तो उनके सर्कल बदल गए हैं, तो उनके peers भी बदल गए हैं, नेटवर्क बदल गए हैं. Secondly, if a person is taking up 2 or multiple jobs, that person will first focus on earning money and then get into other caregiving roles. तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा गैप हमें दिख रहा है पूरे इकोसिस्टम में, जो सर्वाइवल वाला चीज़ है. बट देन येस, इसका सोल्यूशंस है ऑफ कोर्स. Creating a bigger network, a bigger ecosystem, working very, very closely with families, with communities, consistently, periodically, वो तो definitely एक है. पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस में, लाइक कॉलेजेस में हो या स्कूल्स में हो या अगर अदर वर्क स्पेसेस में हो, अगर वहाँ पे इन मुद्दों के ऊपर और चर्चाएं की जाए, नॉट जस्ट एट एन अवेयरनेस लेवल. आई नो चर्चाएं होती है, पीपल डू कॉल अस एंड से कि नहीं 2 घंटे का सेशन दीजिए, बिकॉज वी वांट टू क्रिएट जेंडर चैम्पियंस. आवर फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज इन 2 hours, हाउ डू यू क्रिएट जेंडर चैम्पियंस? So, but if we keep on having those kind of conversations in the institutions or in the workspaces, it might be a better, I mean, we might get a better solution out of it.
Thank you. Sudakshana, जो आपने end में बोला, that really resonated, because once we were also approached by an organization. उन्होंने हमें बोला कि हमारे मेल एम्प्लॉयज़ के साथ हम लोग चाहते हैं कि आप लोग आके 2 घंटे का मैस्कुलिनिटीज़ पे सेशन लीजिए, because we want to promote male allyship.
एंड यही हमारा भी स्ट्रगल था कि हम 2 घंटे के अंदर कैसे मेल एलायशिप का बात करें.
And if I may add, I think we also get approached by not funders, by corporates basically. Again, 2 ghante ke sessions with men, because now men have started fearing women for some reason. ये अभी क्योंकि हम इतना लॉ के ऊपर बात करते हैं, पॉश सेशंस होता है, तो लिटरली पीपल हैव टोल्ड अस कि हम हैंडशेक करने से डरते हैं विमेन से. बट वो डर क्यों पैदा हो रहा है, उसके पीछे के थॉट्स क्या है, वो मतलब उसके ऊपर और कन्वर्सेशन ही नहीं होता है, बिकॉज एवरीथिंग इज प्रोबेबली एट अ वेरी वेरी अवेयरनेस, एट अ वेरी नॉट सो वेरी डीप लेवल. या
Thank you, Sudakshna. Hari, what are your thoughts? And also, आज़ाद के काम में आपने किस तरीके के solutions देखे हैं जिसने काम किया है, और आपके recommendations?
सो क्योंकि कुछ चैलेंजेस जैसे सेम ही उस तरीके के फेस करते हैं कि फैमिली में, एंड आई थिंक एज अ बीइंग ए मैन पर्सनल, अगर मैं मेरी लाइफ के बारे में बात करूँ तो आई थिंक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो फैमिली से, तो जब मुझे बेटा हुआ था तो देन मैं जब उसको पहली बार जब गोद में उठाने लगा तो मेरे को रोक दिया गया था कि बीइंग ए मैन आई थिंक तुम उसको हाथ में नहीं ले सकते हो. सो इस तरीके के चैलेंजेस हमें फैमिली में कई बार देखने को मिले हैं, क्योंकि जो 18 साल से जुड़े थे एंड अब वो शादी, तो ये भी एक अलग तरीके का चैलेंज हमारा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है कि हमने जब 15 साल 16 साल 17 साल के लड़कों को हमने घर में काम करने के लिए मोटिवेट किया, सिखाया कि क्या फ़ायदे हैं, बट शादी होने के बाद में जब वो घर में काम करने लगे तो वो अलग तरीके का चैलेंज उनको फेस करना पड़ रहा है. सो एक कैसे सिचुएशन के साथ में चेंज हो रहा है कि अब वो उनका स्टेटस चेंज हुआ है, तो अब वही माँ अब कह रही है कि अब तू जोरू का गुलाम बन गया है. पहले वो काम करने के लिए बड़े मुश्किल से मानी थी कि हाँ ये चलो अब इसको काम करने, तो बट शादी होने के बाद में वो लड़कों को एक अलग तरीके का चैलेंज है. तो अब वो आते हैं कि अब हम क्या करें, आपने सिखाया था हमें काम करना, लेकिन पहले वो एक्सेप्ट कर रहे थे घर में, अब वो नहीं कर रहे हैं. सो क्योंकि वही है कि जिस तरीके से हम पालते हैं लड़कों को, वो जो राजा बेटा सिंड्रोम, वो काफ़ी प्रॉब्लमेटिक है हमारे घरों में ऑलरेडी. सो उस तरीके के उस चैलेंजेस में है. एंड आई थिंक ऑलरेडी उस पर बहुत बात हुई है कि जिस तरीके की द क्राइसिस ऑफ मैस्कुलिनिटी है, तो बेसिकली उसको बदलना बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. एंड आई थिंक बीइंग ए मैन, हमारी जो आइडेंटिटीज़ होती हैं, हम उन आइडेंटिटीज़ पे इतना फोकस करते हैं, चाहे हम पोजीशन की बात करें, प्रिविलेज की बात करें, बट हम कभी एक एक बेटा होने के नाते, एक पार्टनर होने के नाते, एक भाई होने के नाते, कभी हम उस आइडेंटिटीज़ को हम कई बार हम नहीं लाते हैं हमारे सामने, क्योंकि उस आइडेंटिटीज़ में हमें केयर करना पड़ता है, हमें हमारे प्रिविलेजेस छोड़ने पड़ते हैं. सो उन आइडेंटिटीज से हम हमारी ज़िंदगी में बचने की कोशिश करते हैं. एंड आई थिंक लर्निंग्स हमारी काफ़ी बड़ी लर्निंग्स है कि जब महिलाएं इकोनॉमिक्स या पार्टिसिपेशन में आती हैं, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल एक कहानी जस्ट छोटी सी की, एक दीपा अभी यूरोप में एज ए ड्राइवर, ट्रक ड्राइवर का काम करती है. तो वो उनके हस्बैंड से हमने बात किया कि आप क्या करते हैं, तो उसने बड़े प्राउडली बोला कि मैं अभी घर संभालता हूँ और बच्चों को संभालता हूँ. जब इस तरीके का रोल्स को हम जब चेंज होते हुए देखते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं ये रिकमेंडेशन इसी तरीके की, हम कैसे इन नेरेटिव्स को बदलें. और ये नेरेटिव्स बदल सकती हैं अगर, जैसे सुदेश ने बोला कि वो बिलीव कि मर्द बदल सकते हैं और मर्द इस तरीके के रोल में आ सकते हैं, तो आई थिंक वो उम्मीद रखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड अभी हमारा काफ़ी एक बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है डीटीसी के साथ में. तो बेसिकली डीटीसी के साथ में हमने डीटीसी की ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम में हमने एक पायलट किया था. एंड हमने सोचा था कि हम उनके साथ में मैस्कुलिनिटी और केयर वर्क को लेकर हम ड्राइवर्स के साथ में बात करें, क्योंकि दिल्ली में जिस तरीके से ऑलरेडी हम महिलाएं हैं डीटीसी में ड्राइवर हैं. सो एक जिसको हम कहते हैं कि एक छोटा एक सक्सेस हमें मिला कि डीटीसी ने अपने ट्रेनिंग करिकुलम में मर्दानगी और केयर वर्क को उन्होंने इंक्लूड किया कि हर उनकी जो ट्रेनिंग होती है मेल स्टाफ की, उसमें अभी मर्दानगी और केयर के ऊपर 2 घंटे का सेशन वो करते हैं अपने ड्राइवर्स और उसके साथ में. तो आई थिंक इस तरीके के कुछ इनिशिएटिव्स हम अदर डिपार्टमेंट्स में, अदर खास तौर पे इवन कमर्शियल, इवन कंपनीज में हमें इस तरीके के डायलॉग, इस तरीके के कन्वर्जेशंस करने, क्योंकि लो इकोनॉमिक कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ आई थिंक हमें अभी हायर कम्युनिटीज़, क्योंकि वहाँ भी इस तरीके की चीज़ों को हमको एड्रेस करने की ज़रूरत है, उन स्कूल्स एंड कॉलेजेस में करने की ज़रूरत है. एंड एक हम बहुत केयर पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस पिछले सिंस 2022 हमने घर का काम सबका काम एक कैंपेन से हम करते हैं कि आई थिंक वो वो डिबेट उठना चाहिए कि घर में केवल, क्योंकि घर सबका है तो काम भी सबका होना चाहिए। सो इस तरीके के कैंपेन से हम काफ़ी, जैसे ऑलमोस्ट अभी हम 12 स्टेट में उस कैंपेन की रीच है, तो आई थिंक इस तरीके के कुछ स्केलेबल और कैंपेन हम किस तरीके से, क्योंकि एक तरफ सोशल मीडिया में कबीर सिंह और एनिमल जैसे आ रही है चीज़ें, बट आई थिंक हम कैसे कुछ ऐसे कंटेंट, चाहे वो इन्फ्लुएंसर के साथ में जैसे सिक्विन काम करते, तो इस कैसे हम इस तरीके के कंटेंट को हम ज़्यादा रीच कर सकते कि एटलीस्ट कहीं ना कहीं तो एल्गोरिदम में हमारे तरीके की मैसेजिंग भी आए। सो इस तरीके की कुछ इस हम प्रैक्टिसेस कर सकते हैं।
उससे सवाल है सी हमारे ख्याल से चैलेंजेस तो हम इस ग्रुप के लिए हम कोई नई चीज नहीं कह सकते, क्योंकि सब लोग वाकिफ हैं, इस इश्यूज पे काम कर रहे हैं, तो जानते हैं हमारे चैलेंजेस। अगर आप हमसे ये पूछ रही हैं कि हमारी नज़र में हमारी क्या प्रायोरिटी है उन चैलेंजेस की, तो 2 या 3 चीज़ें मेरे दिमाग में आती हैं। सबसे पहला चैलेंज जो मुझे लगता है वो हमारे अपने में लगता है, हमारे अंदर ही कन्विक्शन की कमी है। जब हम इन विषयों पे बात करते हैं, कहीं किसी भी स्तर पे बात करते हैं, तो हमें ये नहीं मालूम होता कि हम किस दिशा में किस हद तक जाएंगे और क्या हम उसकी भाषा यूज करेंगे। तो हम खुद ही सॉर्टेड नहीं हैं इन जेंडर के इश्यूज पर, मैस्कुलिन खासतौर से मर्दानगी के इश्यूज पे। वीमेंस मूवमेंट एंड वीमेंस ग्रुप्स हैव सॉर्टेड आउट देयर लैंग्वेज एंड they know what they are addressing. People working on issues of men and masculinities and engaging men in work, I think they lack somewhere that conviction. Our own pedagogy is not clearly understood. Our own language is not very convincing. Very often we give confusing signals and all that. So that's, and मुझे ये नहीं लगता कि अगर हम इंटरवेंशन कर रहे हैं और अगर इन बातों अपने को अपना वो बोझ बैगेज अलग करके अगर इनको रियल लाइफ सिचुएशंस, लिव रियलिटी से बात करना शुरू करें, तो इसमें कोई संघर्ष नहीं हो सकता, कोई चैलेंज नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन वो चैलेंज हम खुद ही पैदा कर देते हैं अपने अपने लैक ऑफ कन्विक्शन से या अपनी ईगरनेस से कि कल रात को ही हमें चेंज बदलना है 2 रात में। तो एक तो वो, और उस पर बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है। जितने लोग इसमें काम कर रहे हैं उनको पहले अपने को सॉर्ट आउट करना है कि हम क्या। और इससे लिंक्ड जो दूसरा चैलेंज है, जो मैं समझता हूँ कि इस स्पेस में इतने ज़्यादा डिस्कोर्सेज हो रहे हैं जो एक दूसरे को कंट्र, मेन के स्पेस में भी इतने लोग काम कर रहे हैं, उनकी अपनी भी भाषा, उनकी अपनी तालमेल पूरी तरीके से तालमेल नहीं है। I have seen the people working in the space of men and masculinities, the different groups, they don't they are not in sync with each other in terms of how and what and where they want to go. And women's movement के जो लैंग्वेज है या जो वर्क है, वो भी मेन एंड पूरे इशू मेन एंड मैस्कुलिनिटीज को मार्जिनलाइज किए हुए या उसको एज ए प्रेडेटर की तरीके, मोनोलिथिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग, तो वो सब झलकता है, एक ही स्पेस में सब हो रहा है। एंड ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है कि हमने, और जो राइट विंग का जो पूरा उदय है वो इस वजह से है कि हमारे जो लोग प्रोग्रेसिव फोर्सेस जो कहते हैं, आई थिंक तनेजा वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट, is because we are also fragmented here. We are drawing our boundaries on very thin, for some intellectual nuances that we want to create our identities. As a result, we get fragmented. So we have not created a cohesive kind of front that would move things to a equality and equity or justice kind of an outcome. We are all engaged in the processes and we are drawing our boundaries and creating identities in terms of those processes. Actually, we forget that those processes should be eclectic, organic, and should move on so long as the big picture is clear. So we miss out the big picture. Actually, that's the second challenge in this. And this gets reflected in all institutions, all the policy framing, the policy implementation. We know how market is completely insensitive to these things. They go by certain, they are clear about what they want. They create narratives. There's $1 billion industry for everything, whether you create Manosphere, you create, one kind of man or another kind of. So they're clear, but all those all others, I mean, when we begin to work and begin to take some of these interventions in very micro ways in communities and schools and all, we are confronted with these different kinds of conversations that are already happening, which are very watertight kind of, drawing the boundaries there. So the first challenge is to create our own kinds of people, and those who can converge without being competitive to each other or without creating the false boundary lines of identity. That's the second challenge, I think. The third is, I mean, I didn't want to go to third because it's so well known, is how institutions have become so deeply patriarchal, entrenched in their own ways. The policy framework is so, deeply entrenched that none of us have perhaps the ability to shake that in the way that we would love to do. And that's where the cross-sectoral conversations and even resourcing, moving beyond just the outcomes to shift the agenda to some kind of upstream ideas, is so essential. The thing that you said earlier in your, I think, how we move from just small time behavioral change of caregiving to knowing your privileges and challenging those privileges and entitlement is a long journey. If that is the end product, that or end game of this whole change process, then it means that we all have to come together cross-sectorally. Okay, just otherwise we just stop our journey in each sectors, falling short of reaching that, and it is counterproductive. Very often we are self-defeating in the process by shortchanging our goals. So that's a challenge, and as a result, the institutions that are perpetuating those patriarchal stuff, norms and practices, they are winners because they survive because there's literally no challenge to them. So I think that's a big challenge in my view. I think that sometimes feels very frustrating when we see that like-minded people are also using boundaries and identities and languages as a matter of the big change that they are dreaming about. But in fact, that is short-changing our collective goals and surviving those institutional patriarchy, actually.
Thank you, Ravi. It's very important to understand also the larger challenges at play. Like there are no challenges that we face as implementers while doing the work, but these are also larger sectoral challenges that all of us are facing, and we need to collectively think more about. I know we have time. We also wanted to create a more conversational space, so we'll have about 15 minutes, and I would love to hear reflections from the audience. These can be questions to any of the panelists, but these can also be your own learnings. What you may have learned in your program, आपको जो लगा हो कि आपने देखा है अपने एरिया में, अगर हमने चेंज सस्टेन होते हुए देखा है तो क्या फैक्टर्स रहे हैं, या जो चैलेंजेस हमारे पैनलिस्ट ने बात किए, चाहे वो चैलेंजेस इससे जुड़े हुए हों कि लैंग्वेज अलग है, कॉन्टेक्स्ट अलग हैं, चाहे वो चैलेंजेस इस बात से भी हो कि स्पेस बहुत डाइवर्ज होता जा रहा है, कैसे हम कलेक्टिव spaces बना सके even in the space of masculinities to come together and learn more and share more. तो आपके कोई learnings रहे हो तो please वो भी हमारे साथ share कर सकते हैं.
थैंक यू टू ऑल द पैनलिस्ट. रवि सर, आपने 3 चैलेंजेस बोले. मेरे को एक चौथा चैलेंज इसी में इमर्ज हुआ, एंड मे बी इफ यू नो इट इज नॉट एज मच ऑफ अ चैलेंज एंड इट कैन बी एड्रेस्ड, आपकी इनसाइट्स आर वेरी वेलकम. कि जो कंडीशन ऑफ वुमेन इन इंडिया है पर्टिकुलरली, उसके लिए चाहे हम सरकारी डेटा देखें, चाहे हम अपने काम में देखें, या हम किसी चौराहे पे ही निकल के देखें, इट इज सो पैल्पेबल, इट इज सो ऑब्वियस, इट इज सो ग्रिम एंड डार्क कि उसमें कोई कन्विंसिंग नहीं चाहिए. बट कंडीशन ऑफ मेन जो है उसके कुछ डेटा पॉइंट्स भी हैं कि लाइक 4 टाइम मोर मेन कमिट सुसाइड इन टर्म्स ऑफ जिस तरह के जॉब्स जिनमें लाइफ जाने के खतरे हैं उसमें बहुत मेन है डिस्प्रोपोर्शनेटली. बट मेन डोंट, इट इज समहाउ नॉट, it does not call upon a man to raise a son who should not face any of this, या उसका mental health का जो stress है वो ना carry करे. तो in your मतलब if you have any insights on uh, how this gap or how urgency can be built in this work with men, or if there is any calling that we as a sector are missing, how to make it urgent कि इसको करना जरूरी है. And the correlation to the effects on the life of women do exist, but no man will change क्योंकि किसी और का life बेहतर होगा. उनकी खुद की intrinsic quality of life कैसे बदलेगी इस पे. Thank you so much. I hope it made sense.
No, it does. It does make sense. Perfect. Because the only thing that does not make sense to me is the urgency part of it. I really think that whose urgency? We are defining that time frame, and that self-imposed time frame is very counterproductive. I think it doesn't give the space for both men and women and others to work this out in the way they think will work out for themselves. So only thing that I don't agree is and I don't know how well to define is the urgency part of it. Urgency is very commercial and I don't want to use the capitalist term, but it is, we are always running against time. I don't know why and for what reasons. People have been committing suicide for ages, and we have always had, women have suffered for so many years, and they are still going along on this. Why there is so much of urgency that men have begun to commit suicide, and the whole world is just, everyone is talking about that as something that needs to be done urgently. But I agree that this issue needs a careful analysis and careful addressal, and this needs to be done in a way where there's an ownership by those who have created this whole system, and where they have taken pride in killing and self-killing and aggression and violence, and have glorified certain kinds of certain kinds of relations that includes violence and expression of violence and experience of violence, both as integral part of living and survival. And so the whole narrative is not that can be changed so urgent. It needs to be addressed at multiple levels. It needs to be seen by both women's and men's groups and other non-binaries to be part of it. Look at the caste equation in this entire thing. We have not even mentioned the word caste, how masculinity is such a class phenomena and such a caste phenomena. And we have not eradicated the whole caste issue. We have not addressed that, which is so hierarchical and such power-centric phenomena. And there's no scriptural support to that. There's nothing. It's all self-created. We know that. So there is a need to address this, and there's a need to broaden this discussion. Those of us who are working using men and masculinity as an entry point need to converge with the conversation around how feminist movements have addressed the larger structural issues to dismantle any kinds of hierarchy and powers that get expressed irrespective of the gender and despite the gender. And that convergence is very important. That convergence is so critical to this entire discussion. We need to find operational ways of doing it. We need to find institutional mechanism to support this. We need to also provide, we always talk about resources, but I think lot of resources are there within us. I think there's no external funding that would we should be dependent on that. I mean, for so many years, several years, women's movement have not depended on any external funding to do this. And self-generated. I mean, this is something, if there's a need for this, it should come, and resources are gathered. And then people come into support, funders, donors, because they see there's a meaning in this. Why we are crying for lack of resources on men and masculinity work? But I think lacks conviction, in my view. We are just creating discourses of which feeds into market, in my view, by creating the sense of urgency and all that. And it's really feeding into that. In a way, I always think it is a counterproductive. It is counterproductive in some ways. So I really think that if the big picture is clear to us, we should, all those who think that they're progressive and they're working for larger justice, social justice and gender justice, we need to have the same language and we need to have same goal post.
Thank you, Ravi. We had two more questions.
Hi, I'm Leena Sushant, and I'm representing Mobile Crashes. It was like since morning, I think so. A lot of panelists have really made us think on a lot of issues. But I'll just go back to what Sudeshna and then the challenges you face, and you mentioned about. At Mobile Crashes, we are facing similar challenges. Like when our teams are working with men, the fathers, कि भाई care work share करेंगे. ठीक है, there are interactions, there is like there is a shift. I would say the needle is shifting, but किस लेवल पे? घर का कुछ काम में मदद कर देंगे, बच्चा खेल रहा है घर में कुछ कर रहा है तो देख लेंगे. So are we okay with it? One is that question, and it may be different for different people. But at the same time, what really intrigues me is we are working with a very migrant population, vulnerable people who are already, as you mentioned, they are really don't have space. वो एक दिन में दो jobs कर रहे हैं. They are working more than 10 to 12 hours, the father. And now we are expecting for care work to be shared. So, are we giving थोड़ा सा प्लेट पे खाली कर रहे हैं उनकी to be able to give them added burden? So I come from a space of where I understand the women's work, so I'm not even undermining the women work, but at the same time the sensitivity towards men and the type of work they're already putting in, and then seeing care work में कितना उनको हम चाहते हैं vis-a-vis what they can be able to contribute. So there's a lot of questions I think the panels have actually started making me think about, because we go with the structured, and when I say we, it's not about mobile crashes. As a organization, different organizations going out and saying, this is where the needle needs to move. Ye karna hai. These are the things people can do, the fathers need to be doing. So I think so this really opens up space, but Ravi is also saying कि सोचने की जरूरत है, and there's a lot of thought which needs to go into this space as well, I think so. Thank you so much for this panel.
Thank you. We'll take more questions and then respond together. Madhu and then.
Thank you. I think Ravi started talking about it, and I was thinking about the journey of when we started talking about addressing men and boys, then we shifted our language, we started talking about engaging men and boys, and we talked about so much of challenges, and I feel that how much do we as a practitioner challenge ourselves about thinking about what we are doing with this entire work on engaging men and boys? And I don't know whether I should talk unfortunately, but I think we need to think about from where we are coming, and we all acknowledge that things are changing. We talk about multi-sectoral, we talk about inclusivity, we talked about intersectional, but most of it, when we when we see our work, these phenomenons are not being there. So where I'm coming from, because all three organizations have been working with engaging men and boys for so long, but whether we have shifted from heteronormative narrative while engaging with men and boys, and really see the man from the larger perspective of sexuality and identity. And as far as I see this work, I really miss those in our work on engaging men and boys. We treat more like everybody is heterosexual. Every man in my room is heterosexual, and we come from that perspective. And in the morning also we did talk about, right? There's so much of work around fatherhood, but all men are not father, right? So where are we? Where are we as an organization or as a practitioner in working in this sector are shifting our narrative? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kartika. I'm from the 8 Goals 1 Foundation. And I won't call myself a gender expert, but I think just by virtue of existing in this world, you get to engage with gender issues. I have, in my experience as a person of the society, my success stories of being able to transcend uh, the issues of gender came when I was able to transcend the identity, my gender identity itself. So when I stopped viewing the person I was working with as a man or a woman or as a queer individual, and I started engaging with that individual as a human being, it became much easier to engage with that person and look beyond what their societal expectations or their responsibilities were. In this context, I also studied in a women's college. And for the first 6 months of my first semester, I had forgotten it was a women's college because I forgot that I had to look at a person's gender before engaging with them. At that point of time, I was also engaged in developing a queer collective for our college. And that's when the gender identity re-entered our conversations. And it was a very important space where we had to talk about gender identities. But at the same time, the contentiousness around those spaces, the polarizing views kind of came forth as well. So rather than going in circles, I'd just say we have multiple discourses within gender studies, right? We have a woman's conversation. Right now, we're talking about building a man's conversation for that matter. And there'd be more conversations of this sort that might have to be built or not built. But given what the panelists also said, and given the conversations we've been having, maybe it's an opportunity for us to stop creating more and more siloed discourses and create a conversation around human beings, that maybe we need to live in a society where everybody is truly emancipated from the duties they were given. But that's not an easy task, and all of us already know that. So from all of you, and this is for the room as well, you've worked with gender for a while. So what does a conversation about gender without naming gender even look like? How does a conciliatory conversation where it's not a feminist conversation where women are taking the charge, or it's not a conversation about positive masculinity where the man is the protagonist? What does a conversation where human beings engage with each other even look like today, given even the vocabulary we use to talk about all of this? So I'm at a loss, and this is just a random thought, and I'd love to hear from all of you about what you all think about this.
Thank you.
Time is short. I just wanted to thank you so much for bringing it down to that kind of, this is precisely what we need to be doing. Our conversation, our language has to be de-jargonized, not even using the term gender. Unfortunately, there's no Hindi term for gender. I have not found a convincing term for gender. But in our interventions, we have always used the language which is not about men, not about women. It is about the issues that they are facing, for example, employment. If so, the workshops that we begin with young men is all about mapping their own, it's like knowing your how well do you know your community? What exactly are the structures? Where are the pain points? Where are the issues? Where are the fun things and all that? So, and and that conversation leads to an understanding that everything is not equal and equitable for everyone. There are spaces that are accessed by some, there are other spaces that are not, and the discussion goes into why. And so without even getting into this whole dynamics of deconstructing patriarchy and gender norms and institutions, in their lived realities, they can see how spaces are so gendered and so controlled by certain kinds of power dynamics, and that makes them to think why and how and what could be done. Is that right? Is it really disadvantaging some, advantaging some others? So that's how the conversation looks like. If you ever come to the workshop that I love to do and I would like everyone to do, where at the end of the workshop, most of them go away with certain kind of dissonance, because the whole idea is to create the disruption in their mind that everything is not okay. And then after that, it's eclectic process. If that's what in one of the projects, I'm thankful to RNP for supporting this innovative ideas of doing things the way you want, with the no model to be done. There, these young men, after this kind of dissonance that was created, they went back, and many of them came back and they said, I just want to work on this particular issue because I know there's in this space, there's no one comes, and we want to use that space for some kind of community meetings and all, or do something. And they did it, and they just formed their own friends. They brought in girls, women, and those conversations made it so easy for them to engage with women, men, to engage with their own parents, where they could challenge why my sister and my other, she's not allowed to go there because there others are coming. It was so with no string attached. That conversation was all about spaces. Conversation was about boundaries that are defined by people involuntarily, and breaking those boundaries and things like that. That's how it looks like. I don't know whether I'm answering you, but that's the kind of thing that we constantly try to do. But when I said that first challenge is that we are doing this with some sense of urgency. So after one or two sittings or workshop, we move into that position where we want to measure whether their gender attitudes have changed or not, whether they have begin to, and we begin to measure them, question them, push them into that direction. And I think that's where we begin to fail ourselves in most of our programs. I'm saying personally for myself that I feel that I'm just now failing myself, because and that's where I then begin to question resources and supporters. Please give me a little more time, because this will take a little more. And I think that's where running out of the steam, so that's the kind of conversation that begins to then break even so-called manosphere, because those in the smaller world of their lived realities, they begin to challenge in their contextualized manner. That's
No, I'm sorry. Can I take 2 minutes? No, because I just wanted to highlight, because I think you did answer my question, and I've never thought about it this way, that structures don't have a gender, right? Structures, for instance, the fact that my mobility and somebody else, like a man's mobility in this particular city, might be different. Now, because I'm conditioned to think about this way, is a very gendered problem. But mobility itself is not a gendered problem. Mobility is just a problem. And I think maybe when we shift the conversation, like you just said, from individuals to structures where exactly the actual problem
Just the
lies.
space.
Just the space,
Yeah.
it becomes a much more, like I said, conciliatory space to begin with. So yes, that actually did resolve a knot in my head, which was stuck for quite some time. So thanks a lot for that answer.
Uh, if I may just quickly add, I think how he already mentioned about time, I think that needs to be given. And when we talk about change or when we talk about any kind of behavioral change, it takes a lot of time. We cannot really rush. We cannot have that urgency and think कि आज dosage दे दिया कल हो गया काम खत्म. A lot of self-reflection is needed, especially when we are, and since I'm just talking from my experience because we work with adolescents, we work with really young people. So a lot of time, a lot of investment in terms of time is needed, and a lot of self reflection is needed. So in our sessions, the first few weeks we do not talk about gender, because the first thing is, अगर हम स्पेशली क्योंकि हम लड़कों के साथ काम करते हैं, the first thing is कि आप हमारे साथ इसके बारे में क्यों बात कर रहे हो, and they will just go away. So we do engage them in activities, in games, in self reflection, in dream, like what is your dream as a human. Then we move towards human rights, we have discussions around that, and slowly or gradually we move to gender. That has to some extent helped us. I don't know if I could answer your question, but I also resonated to what you said. And of course it was my point, but I do think around it. बहुत बार हम बोल रहे हैं, एक तरफ हम बोल रहे हैं yes, men need time, or they are doing multiple jobs, which is why we cannot expect them to get into caregiving, but we definitely should expect them into the caregiving, to get into caregiving, because that is the same thing we expect out of women, right? So women, महिलाएं जो है वो काम करके, मतलब बाहर से काम करके आती है, कमा के लाती है. एग्रीकल्चर में है बहुत सारी महिलाएं, लिटरली हार्ड वर्क, लेबरर टाइप के वर्क्स करती हैं, फिर भी उनसे एक्सपेक्ट किया जाता है कि अभी केयर गिविंग वाला वर्क भी आपका है, यू हैव टू टेक केयर ऑफ द फैमिली. सो व्हाई नॉट एक्सपेक्ट द सेम विथ मेन? बट हैविंग सेड दैट, मे बी दैट इज द नीड टू वर्क विद द लार्जर इकोसिस्टम, because abhi bhi the idea is that men are providers, which is why men will do two jobs, two odd jobs, and get money, somehow get money. 8th 9th standard ke baad boys are dropping out because they have to earn money for their families. So maybe, which is why working with a larger ecosystem, working with institutions are needed, so that even for men it becomes a easy space to create that ecosystem around them, and not just create a safe space for women and girls, because that is gone. I think 20 years back they were creating safe spaces for men and for women and girls. Right now we should also create a safe space for all genders. We cannot just keep on gendering everything. So just to add that.
या बस आई थिंक ऑलरेडी रवि एंड सुदक्षिणा ने बोला, मैं जस्ट ऐड करूंगा कि आई थिंक जो किचन में है, जब हम या घर के काम में हम बात करते हैं, तो आई थिंक वहाँ पर केवल खाना नहीं बनता है. अगर हम मर्दों को अगर उसमें लाते हैं, तो आई थिंक उस स्पेस में संवेदनशील एंड अकाउंटेबल एंड आई थिंक केयरिंग मर्द भी बन सकते हैं. सो आई थिंक उस तरीके से हम कैसे इंगेज करें एंड कैसे उनके साथ में काम करें, सो वो हो सकता है.
और मतलब वही बिलीफ है कि लाइक आपने बताया कि केयर गिविंग या केयरिंग पुरुष बन सकते हैं और बनते हैं, वही एक फीलिंग है. बिकॉज राइट नाउ अगेन इट्स अ गूज़बम्प मोमेंट फॉर मी personally, because right now as I am sitting here talking about men in a caregiving role, I know back home there is a man looking after my 3-year-old so that I can come here. So men can do this, of course.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. And we'll end on that great positive note that change is possible. We should believe in ourselves and carry on with that change as individuals, as organizations, and as the sector together. I know some people have more questions, but I'll request कि आप please lunch पे करिए. हम already हमको surprise कर दिया. हम सिर्फ 15 मिनट late हैं. हमें लगा था उससे ज़्यादा होगा, but we've managed and we don't want to keep you waiting for lunch. So lunch is served. Please carry these conversations over lunch, and we'll see you all at 2:45. Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. Thank you.
of gender equality programming, and especially programs that work with men and boys. These are also areas of her interest and focus. And over the years, she has been deeply engaged in this space. Another next panelist with us is Harish Sidani. He's a leading gender rights professional. Harish ji, please come. He co-founded Men Against Violence and Abuse in 1993. Mr. Sidani has been engaging and mentoring thousands of adolescent boys and young men across India to address issues of relationships, masculinities, sexuality, using out-of-the-box methods like interactive workshops, experimental theater, social media, and traveling film festivals. So while we have certain questions for conversation, but we'll keep it more open and also create space for Devyani and Harijit to talk about any of the issues that he had or question or reflection from the earlier panel. And then we'll open for conversation. We'll have more space, hopefully compared to the previous ones, for conversation. I mean, one thing that really came time and again is about the paucity of resources. There is interest, there is a felt need to engage with men, there are value, there are some evidence around that. But there is also felt need that evidence is not enough. And more importantly, even the programs that are there, those are not really long enough, and consistent or sustained efforts are being made because of the limited resources. So the question that I would like to ask Devyani to you, that what do you feel, why that is there? Why this issue of not having enough resource? Or maybe other way of putting this question is, are there specific, given that you are coming more from the M&E space, are there evidence that need to be put in place to bring more funders interested in this space?
Thanks, Pranita. So I think the first thing I would say is that there is evidence, right? And so I think it's important to talk about what there is evidence of and then what there is not evidence of, and to kind of understand that better. So I think there is evidence that in certain contexts, programs that engage men and boys have been successful in enabling participants to think critically about social norms and gender norms. And specifically, if I think about caregiving, there is evidence that these programs can enable participants to look critically at the gender division of labor, and for this to translate into action by contributing more to caregiving, right? So I think there is evidence of programs being successful in enabling that. I think one of the big concerns that, certainly women's groups and feminists have had, and possibly funders also, and which has also come up in today's conversations, is about how do we strike that balance between recognizing and acknowledging that men also have certain needs, that they have certain vulnerabilities, but without having that kind of go into sort of a focus only on men's needs and vulnerabilities, and sort of trying to see it as kind of this competition, right? Where we say, okay, no, men are more vulnerable, no, women are more vulnerable. I think the evidence also shows that that is not happening as a result of these programs, right? I think these programs are able to strike the balance, and participants in them are acknowledging, especially in our country, where the gender divide is still so wide, that women are disadvantaged in multiple ways, right? But also that they also have kind of certain needs and certain benefits from these programs. So I think that there's enough evidence to show that kind of our worst fears are not being realized. But at the same time, we do need to keep a watch on that, right? And think about how do we continue to kind of create structures that create that accountability, right? Because we need care for men and boys for sure, but we do need accountability also. And how do we make sure that that balance is being struck? So I think that's the third thing. The fourth thing that came up very much in the last panel also is that while short-term programs have their place, the evidence, I think, largely shows that programs of a year or less are really not sufficient to achieve the kind of long-term changes that we are trying to achieve, right? And I think one thing I want to say here is it's not just about the length of the program. It's about creating communities and structures within that program that support men and boys, right? I think if we talk about the loneliness epidemic, then to me, the obvious sort of remedy to that is to be creating communities for men and boys and with them. And I think some programs have done that successfully, but that's where we really need to invest, both financially, but also in terms of effort, right? In terms of creating those communities. So I think that's sort of on the positive side in terms of what there is evidence for and what we're seeing. I think some of the evidence, and I think the last thing that I want to say is that caregiving is not only a gender issue, right? So caregiving is important if we look at early childhood development and we look at caregiving in that context. It's important to look at men's engagement in sexual and reproductive health, right? And so this is something that really spans sectors and it's not only within gender. I think in terms of where there are gaps in the evidence, I think we don't have enough evidence on how substantial are the contributions of men and boys to caregiving. And I mean that not only in terms of sort of measuring quantitatively how much time they're spending, but because caregiving is not an end, right? It's a means. It's a means to whether it is women's economic empowerment, women having more leisure time, better relationships for men and boys, better sort of a nurturing environment for children. It's a means to all these things. And so what is it leading to? What is actually shifting or not? I think we need to look at that much more closely. And I think the second thing is we do need to look at this question of sustainability, especially across the life cycle. So this came up in previous panels also, which is that a lot of programs work with adolescent boys, and that's an important time to intervene, but it cannot be the only time, right? And boy contributing to housework in his family when he's also studying or working or whatever is a very different context to a man contributing when he is married, right? The expectations he may have may be completely different. The expectations his wife may have may be completely different. And so I think we need to look at how that behavior is or is not sustaining over the life cycle, and therefore what interventions are required. So, yeah.
Thank you. I think there are multiple points that you made, and I think we can come back to all of those in terms of so one is about that evidence is there. Of course, there are gaps, but it's not that we are operating in a vacuum, for sure. But I think coming back to the point that the current evidence, what it can answer, and what more questions we need to pose to and gather more evidence, to what extent and in what ways we can nuance many of those evidence. And do we always see caregiving as means? Can be at least certain aspect of caregiving can be end in itself also, because if we really see caregiving as a more empathy, investment in emotional well-being, why should it always be just a me? So I think collectively we all can discuss and see that even in terms of resources, how and where we can talk about. We're just continuing the conversation. Any of these points, Harish, if you want to reflect on before we get into the resource per se?
So I think working with women and girls, the processes which have been used, there have to be different processes. They cannot be the same. Yeah, one is that uh, you find that women, when they enter the space, they feel a sense of liberation right from the moment. Men who have been enjoying several privileges, for them to, dawn upon them that they also need to be liberated, into inverted comma, emancipated, it will take a while. So, the methodologies, the tools have to be where they feel connected. You know, right now you see that the ordinary women are assertive of their rights on one side because of the women's lib movement and the impact. But there are many men who feel insecure, they feel threatened, they don't know because they're simply unable to connect with these issues that are seen as gender issues. Yeah? Because they've been raised as traditional men. So you will have to give spaces where they will be able to connect with those issues, that they are equally their issues, right? And for which you have to have spaces where they will talk their minds, they will listen to new ideas about masculinity, and they are able to interrogate. So I think deconstruction is an important part before you come towards reconstruction. So understanding what the issue is. So I overall see that, like 50% of the men are in the slumber. You have to awaken them. But there are 50% who are aware. They're very well aware about the privileges, the kind of advantages. And these are men who are in corporates, who are giving funds for women's lib programs, CSR and like. So they know that, the real change should be with women only and all. But a 40-50% who are mostly young men and adolescent boys, they need to be told, and through processes in which they themselves will examine, rather than, somebody, especially women, talking to them and explaining. So I think one is using of these processes and structures where, while you are crystal clear that work with the disadvantaged on one side and the transformation of the powerful, they cannot be mutually exclusive agendas. You are crystal clear that, so when you are crystal clear that both are equally important. Now, 34 years Mawa has been as a pioneer in the space, but even today there are people who say that the real work is with the woman. Yeah, working with men side by as one of the project, one of the activity. So what happens, you are seeing the results. So you have now learned women, experienced women's rights activists who say that last 30, 40 years, if 80% of the resources were with women and at least 20% we would have invested in men and boys, things wouldn't have been as bad as they are today. This is coming from, not from me, but it's coming from senior women's rights activists. So it really tells that, a mirror that, and when you use the word masculinities in plural, that means there's no one type of masculinity. When you talk about privileges to men, we forget that women can be in position of privilege. Yeah. You talk about intersectionality, right? So I find that it's such a complex thing that one has to understand. And earlier also this topic came on multiple inequalities working together. So, there are people who would say, I am very passionate about working on gender and patriarchy, but I have nothing to do with casteism. There are enough people around us. So, and I find that the enemy there is laughing and saying that, look, how passionate they're working, but they're working in silos. So I think that is one of the thing, that how gender and intersectionality in that caregiving will be one important component. So I see it as a wider, like a frame of male engagement to the gender justice issue, to talking about prevention of violence and of building of a stronger community. So I think they have to be seen with that lens. If that kind of perspective is there, which I know that different people have different visions. Uh, so this is what, Mawa's journey last 34 years. I mean, it has been as a more of a process. And when it comes to resources, we have always focused on internal resources, how you strengthen and you create a team of young mentors and young people who will engage other young men in the process. And that itself will be a major, like a thing which people started noting, funders, and then they gradually, the work also expanded and multiplied. But it wasn't that funds were a hindrance, even in our formative years, because we were focused on that once you are crystal clear that you are not seeing it as a project or an activity, but as an integral part of your life. It's something, so today our mentors are talking that we are unable to sleep peacefully because वो जेंडर का कीड़ा, they use that word, हमारे दिल में डाला है. तो everything now we uh, look at things from that intersectional gender lens. So we are unable to sleep peacefully. What has Harish done to us? So I think that's the shift, when they see it as an important part, while okay, for your bread and butter, for your livelihood, for you as a engagement, that is fine. But it is something, an important part and parcel of my life. So that if you are able to, instill, then the involvement will be long term. Otherwise, it will be tokenism.
The point about depending more on internal resources than external resources. But probably external will also need to support and sustain to some level internal. Coming back to you, Devyani, that this
You want to take
has also slept. So the point about now in that whole process, both internal resource mobilization and external resource mobilization, how do you see what role evidence plays, and are there specific areas where you feel that resource having evidence has contributed in mobilizing the resources, and the areas where more efforts needed in terms of evidence building?
I mean, I think broadly speaking, yes, I would say that, evidence, especially when you're talking about funding decisions, right? Then evidence does drive those. I'm not sure that evidence drives a lot of other decisions, like policy decisions. But I think in terms of funding, yes. I think with this space, the first organizations that probably supported this, it was more like a leap of faith, right? And you always need those organizations and those funders who will do that because initially there isn't enough evidence. I think now we're at a point where hopefully, funders who do need to see that evidence before they actually invest, we can kind of start showing that evidence. And that's usually the ones who are a little more kind of risk averse, right? But I think it's where I probably at a point now in this field where we can go towards that kind of a thing. But in the beginning, it has to always be based on kind of a gut feeling, right? Because it's an experiment.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But do you see that given that there are evidence,
Yeah.
as you said earlier,
Yeah.
more and more funders are coming together with a bigger pot of money?
No, we're seeing the opposite, right? I think let's be honest, right? I think for this kind of work, funding is really a challenge. But I do want to say that I think that the pie for gender is already small, right? And so that's why I keep saying that we need to think about work with men and boys outside of gender, because we need to actually be looking at also areas where there are more resources in general. Otherwise you're taking an already small pie and trying to divide it more, and that's when you create a lot of conflict. And so that's Yeah, I would say no. I don't think the funding is increasing, but I also think that we may need to look outside of only the gender pot.
So can you elaborate on the which area you see?
Yeah, so I think one is, like I said, related to early childhood development, even education, right? We do need to look at the role of fathers. We even need to look at, for example, in the West, they talk a lot about how a lot of kindergarten teachers are women, right? The men are not there in that space. So what is that doing to how early ideas of what it means to be a boy, to be a man are shaping? So I think that's one area. And education is an area where there is a lot of relatively funding, policy interest, all of that. The second thing is health, right? So why, when we talk about sexual and reproductive health, do we only talk about women, right? One is, why do we not talk about the sexual and reproductive health of men? Why do we not talk about men's involvement in women's sexual and reproductive health? I think this is another big area. These are the two big ones I can think of. I mean, of course, there's also sort of care for the elderly. And I think ICRW's research has shown that men are already involved in that in the home to some extent. So I think we really need to push ourselves to think about men's roles that impact various areas of development and not only think about it in terms of gender relations.
Harish, with your experience, I mean, in terms of doing the program and fundraising, it becomes integral part of it. What do you see? What's been your experience of like things which are working in terms of fundraising? Where are you seeing gaps and also opportunities?
So, what I think is the way you structure the program, your focus, as an organization mandated to work with men and boys, your focus is on, say, leadership development, engaging them to take up issues that are normally seen as women's issues. You want them to take ownership of the issue. So, how you structure the program where the focus is on men, but at the same time, women and other gender minorities also come from time to time in that structure. So, for example, we work with colleges, universities, and even in schools. So we ensure that while any interactive session or participatory activity you do, say for example, if it's a theater workshop of 5 days leading to a play which is self-created and self-scripted by the group, you should ensure 80% of them are men because that is what you want, and 20% are women, and the directions or guidelines are given in such a way that the boys are told that this is like a microcosm which you are seeing the larger world. So the way they will interact with the girls' classmates in those 5 days with them, that will sow the seeds for how, So what I find is every stage where the focus you are having on men, but there are women intervening from time to time. So that was taken note by some of the funders, and they felt that structure is very interesting. The second is intergenerational dialogue. We talked a lot about having male trainers, male facilitators, but there's a woeful dearth. There is a woeful dearth, and there are enough number of women who can say that I can take any session with any group of men. The question is not whether that woman can take a session. The question is how they will ensure the openness and the kind of engagement for a long term sustained thing. A topic like verbal abuse, if I have to take, and you ask the participants that how many bad words, abusive words you know. If a woman would say, facilitator, we don't think that so I find that in principle, if we agree that there is a woeful dearth, then efforts for that, how those male facilitators and including educators, because you're talking, if I'm talking about young men and adolescent boys, education is a very critical thing. So how many educators you have who can comfortably talk about sexuality education with their guardians, with their students? So I find that where you find that from time to time, whether, so the different methodologies Mava uses, we bring out a magazine by men, for men, of men for the last 30 years, where there are stories written in intimate style, anecdote writing, first person account writing. This is as a something called Diwali Ank in Maharashtra, which is 110 years old tradition, that when a fellow Maharashtrian asks another one that how did you celebrate Diwali, they mean how many ang did they buy or borrow, apart from the clothes which you wear new, so we have been bringing out a Diwali Ank, which has now 70%, 80% contributions by men, but 20% are by trans people, including women and others. So I find where you use different methodologies and it's built over a time as a process. You have storytelling through films, you have storybooks, you have theater, so I think that has touched a chord. And if you ask me the window of opportunity, so recently, Mava was approached by an organization in Delhi called Project Unlearn, which works with former incarcerated men, those who were prisoners from Tihar, and they now want to work in community settings at a preventive level so that young boys of 10 to 16 do not enter into the cycle of violence. And so they approached Mava and they said, together, can we do a collaborative project? And the funder we approached was astonished because they said, we generally receive proposals saying that I want to do this, I want to do this. But here are two organizations saying, this is my strength, this is my strength. We do want to see synergies. And so 1 year we have completed that project. It's still ongoing. And the idea is that you see what is the relative strengths. That organization works closely with those men within prisons and outside prison with their families and how they integrate. And they realize that Mava is good at curriculum development and evolving of participatory methodologies, which we are very deeply, consistently doing. So I think a win-win situation where synergies of like-minded people you can bring in. I think that really can make. But I think there are lots of bottlenecks. I think we can talk later on that.
I have a few more questions, but I think we are really at a very interesting point where what Devyani mentioned, that there are opportunities. It's also about thinking out of the box, not just think men engagement only within the space of gender to raise fund. And Harish shared a lot about how interesting participatory methods could also engage funders, potential funders, collaboration among organization can also interest certain funders. I would request if any of you have any question or reflection at this point, would love to hear. Yeah. And then we can come back.
Yeah, I mean, lots of reflections, but I just wanted to, I was itching to, also refer to the previous session where I was going to request Ravi to have a masterclass on how to raise those easy funds. I was trying to kind of ask him that question in the last panel, and I just kind of think this internal resources, external resources, pretty much internal resources will come from some external help, right? And if we keep relying on the internal piece, the slope, there is this urgency because an individual, Harish or Ravi, I mean, all of us are these small little efforts. And it's just far too long that we are these small little efforts. I think there is immense amount of learning in the last 20 to 34 years. We've been around for about 20. And, there is enough evidence out there that what is happening is pretty impactful. But the kind of resource allocation has simply not been there. Not at all. It just does not kind of keep pace. And in that situation, what you mentioned that how do you pitch it, like the urgency piece, how are you going to package this to say that you have to invest in this now? The point is that we can't really allow this to go on for another several decades, because there is a serious pushback. And I think we are at that point where I think there is an urgency and a need to really think out of the box on how we're going to galvanize things, because what we're doing is not good enough, and you really need some very definitive strategies on how to raise more.
Would any of you like to respond to that, add to that?
No, I would agree that the newer ways have to be evolved, and the key thing is uh, certain principles, certain things. If you believe in, as I said, that the gender transformative agenda is equally important as empowering the marginalized. So if one agrees that, then the other questions will not bother that which is more important you know so I think the conviction of thought and the vision what you have, that will shape your efforts. And like-minded people, like-minded groups, they can come, they can form informal networks, they can so I think that it's an ongoing process that has to continue.
Are there any other thoughts? I know it is very difficult. It's difficult. I think it is challenging. But if there are any strategy which has worked, because I think the point about collaboration, I mean, it's also easier said than done, because we all are also some level fighting for survival. That's also a truth. I mean, I think there are nicer way to say it, but that's there. So if there are certain strategy which anyone think has worked, CSR, is CSR there? Can there be something that can be done? What sort of collaboration may work? Any reflection, any thoughts would be helpful.
So I, I having once said that there is having pushed back on the issue of urgency. I don't want to go back on saying that, admit that there is an urgency and we should really, not that I, but we, but we need to strike a balance between what I think this is the time when we have to learn one lesson which was already there for many years. We didn't quickly learn it, and that is working cross sectoral work. Uh, my fear is that we, on the name of urgency, we again become siloed. If this is not, if we don't take this opportunity to push ourselves back, take a step back, and think from across sector perspectives, we would not, we will be counterproductive. In fact, we would be defeating our purposes. So I think this is the time when we, education, health, livelihood, care, economy, we all need to have a conversation as to how do we begin to see things uh, beyond just the time-bound outcomes. So it's a process where we set milestones in for different sectors and different with different indicators and outcomes, where everyone should have stakes, with larger stakes, with the stakes in the larger outcomes that we all agree. So we work in synergy. We, if we don't come together to work with that kind of synergistic manner, we'll just remain fragmented, and we will just compete. We'll never have a conviction that someone said, why not we work holistically on man as a whole, rather than one part or the other. I think, and it's just not about working on men. I think it's all about how we work with everyone in the system, who are who are also the victims as well as the beneficiaries of the hierarchy and the inequality. We
let's admit we have all gained from these inequalities, and we have also been the victims of inequalities. So we maintain our own vested interest in retaining the inequalities in some ways. We don't, it's easy to use the word intersectionality, but in our programs, we don't bring that because there is certain vested interest. So, because that's how the resources are generated, that's how we mark our identities. But I think that has defeated the movement towards justice and rights. In fact, in all its forms. I mean, I'm not saying very in any abstract. I'm not a profound thinker, but I can feel that working in this sector for so many years, that in order to achieve certain outcomes, we have defeated some of our purposes, which are collective goals. So I think this is the time when we see how the other forces, which we constantly name as headwinds that we talk about, in terms of structural barriers or the backlashes and all that, they have risen absolutely unopposed, because there's no because we have decided not to set up a conversation where we could all pitch in our own compliment. So I really liked this whole approach, how you frame, how do you position your program, the way the manner in which Harish was describing, that different organizations with different strengths coming together and presenting their value propositions to raise resources and also do something which is a larger common good rather than one individual organizational good. And that individual organizations can contribute particular milestone, but then there is a bigger milestone to achieve. So I think so that's why we need to create networks of ourselves. We need to work across sectors, and we need to have a common theory or common framework for us to achieve, and very intentional kind of. And then I think resources would flow in, because that's a big picture. We are impacting then policies, we are impacting even discourses in the market, communities we are working where we are trying to change discourses. So yes, we have such complementary role to play and impacting resources. I think I'm still abstract here, but I'm sure if we sit together, we can work it out. That's what my sense is.
That's true. I think complementary role, building on each other's strength, collaboration. I mean, these are definitely very critical part of it that we have to move towards. But maybe also work around some specific strategies where some of these collaborative effort can also get similar response in terms of space, in terms of fund, in terms of the thing is that when the team was presenting about the findings, many programs are very short term, and these are not by design. These are dictated by the context, the sort of fund that they have received. So I think we have to create a balance as we move forward.
I just want to add on that there's enough diagnosis done. I think there's time to move to strategy.
Yeah.
We need to move. We don't have strategy, actually. We have a lot of diagnosis, we have a lot of data, a lot of evidence that suggests certain things. We need more evidence how to make sure what works in a specific context and things like that. But I think that also should be part of the larger strategy that is lacking, of how to come together, how to create common conversation ground and work across sectors, bring in intersectionality in operational terms. And
yes. Madhumita, you wanted to say? Yeah, okay. Madhu, okay.
Hi, thanks. This is Nida from Sequin. I think thank you so much for that. Something that I was just thinking through, when I'm reading a lot about the investment and work that is going on in working with men and boys and in the masculinity space in the US, in the UK, where let's face it, jitna hum sochte hain, radicalization ka ek mahal hai. And particularly young men are primed to be first in the line of fire in that kind of radicalization and polarization, where there's a heavy mix of religion, capitalism, and very many other things, right? The same context one can't prescribe degrees also exist in the States and in the UK right now. But the difference that's happening here is that there's a lot of body of research that is rapidly being produced around the ill effects of that and how that's leading to actual violence, or how that's leading to, the cost of gender equality for men as well, not just as allies of women in gender equality. So when I'm reading the status of men report, from Equimundo, when I'm looking at, like the fatherhood summit that they're doing there, when I'm looking at mini campaigns that they are doing on the ground, when they're actually taking out data on how radicalization of young adolescent boys, what it's doing to boys at the school level, and how cases of violence and gender regressive norms are starting, I feel like that it's also pushing the needle. Of course, it's pushing the needle in many, very other ways. Somebody is using it to talk about social media regulation. Somebody is using it for something else. But I feel like that as a strategy is really wonderful. And kudos to all of you at ICRW for taking that step with, particularly like when I read the report right now in front of me, it's wonderful. But something that was striking me just as a thought, that we are looking at caregiving, for example, in this context. When we're reimagining masculinity, we're also reimagining care in the context of masculinity. And what a couple of you said, and then Ravi, you also echoed it, looking at men as a whole. How about also looking at research which is looking at men as a whole, and possibly many other streams are then coming into it. Care is one, but there are many other aspects of that which counterpart countries at the moment, when I'm reading the US and the EU, there's a lot to learn for us, I feel like, especially when we're looking to produce pieces which are going to move the needle in policy, which are going to move the needle in other spaces, and hopefully also then trickle down those resources, which we all desperately need, right, in this space. That was just one thought, yeah.
Can I just respond? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I think also just to add to that, so I was answering that question about lack of evidence more from a very programmatic kind of perspective, right? But if I step outside of that, I think we in this room know about the loneliness epidemic. We know about the challenges men and boys face. But I don't think the larger society has that recognition, right? And so if we look at what happened in the US, like with Richard Reeves, his research is kind of some of the first time the mainstream media is kind of picking up on these things, is starting to talk about the challenges that men and boys face. And I think he's done it very well, where he talks about how at the top levels of society, there is still that inequality where men are doing much better than women. But if you look at the working class, then actually the women are doing better than the men, right? And so he kind of brings that sort of intersectionality into it. So I think there is a need for that, right? I mean, I think that at a larger societal level, to say we need to also talk about men and boys, there is a need to build that evidence. That's maybe not be necessary for our program specifically, but in terms of creating that larger societal awareness, I think it's important.
Yeah, and also within our country, I mean, the diverse context which we are, probably we need even some of the evidence that may be there, but the moment you change the context, things may differ. So.
Yeah, I'm very much, I'm Yashasvi, I'm from RNP, and I'm very much building on some of the conversations I think we've already had. That I think, when it comes to, funding the space of men and boys, our approach, of course, has been very flexible, very unrestricted, and driven by what organizations themselves do. And I think when it comes to working with men and boys, that there is merit working with men and boys in their own right, in addition to, of course, all of the other reasons why one should, there's reasons to just do it. They have their own experiences, they have their own lived realities, so sort of working with them for that. And there's also enough evidence that while we're working with young men and boys, we are unlocking sort of outcomes for women and girls as well, and there's evidence to suggest that. But I think very much similar to some of the points that were already mentioned, which is thinking about it outside of the conversation in gender, the way that we have so far. I think there are funders that are looking to impact SDGs. They each have their own SDGs in terms of what they want to impact, and broader development agendas and outcomes, and maybe sort of layering this in the larger context of men and boys form half the world's population. So you really can't sort of look at broader development goals and agendas in the absence of engaging with 50% of that population. So there's really that narrative as well. And I think the second point that I just wanted to add was, as we're thinking about sort of strategies also, is maybe bringing in for funders that are either interested, curious, on the edge, not sure. I think there are ways to probably introduce sort of work with men and boys through adjacencies, work that's happening. And, Devyani gave a few examples, but are there adjacencies where men are already there, and then sort of bringing that in, and maybe there is room to sort of explore different ways of doing that potentially. I know that, we're working with the Center for Men and Boys as an example where gig work has really been, something that we've been exploring, and that really came up from this idea that a very, very large percentage of young men, young boys today are entering the workforce and shaping identities around what it means to be a working man, what stability looks like, what income looks like through gig work. And that's really their introduction to work. So since there are already men there and young boys there, can we meet them there and then sort of bring this work in? But then that kind of also brings in the element of one, are we doing enough to sort of engage policy? I think there is still a lot of room, to explore what that means, because I think there is that element that comes in of sustainability of work, and policy is really essential for that. But the other part of it, I think that we've been really curious about and exploring is engaging markets. I think there's a lot of conversation around capitalism and market-driven commercial factors that are really driving where we are. And something we've been exploring is thinking about, are there ways to explore and unlock market incentives to work with young boys and men where they are already, and what could that look like? And potentially another way of thinking about work in this space that is, of course, beyond unlocking capital in more the philanthropic sense, but really, are there other ways to sort of bring in this into mainstream dialogue? And I think I also want to second the point around narrative building. I think there are narratives in this room, but I don't know if there are enough narratives. And so maybe we use sort of these larger development agendas and other ways to bring in this narrative in a less threatening manner, maybe potentially.
I just think that we have to take one more risk. We are already burdened with a lot of things that we did talk about. One, now we have to put the ball at the court of the donors. We have to educate donors, and with their own stick that they put on us, right? Whenever we hear from the donor on any of the funding, they talk the large picture. They want everything to be shifted, right? Now we have to put that ball into their court and bring donors, educate donors, not one. I think those are existing. And, tell and really advocate with the evidence, the large evidence that we have together, to talk about how shift or change is not about project, right? It's never been a project. A project cannot shift anything. It's a strategy. I think a lot of people in this room had talked about collaboration and the strategy. I think we have to really, really bring that perspective while working with a lot of philanthropic fund organization. What I realized is that they really need that kind of pushback from the organizations. And if we think only about us and my funding, it will never happen. And that's how, it's all about power, right? Who is sitting with the power? So we have to, if we really want to break that power, we have to tell them with their own strategy is that if you only fund 1 year, 2 year to shift every narrative. It's not going to happen. And then it will be very difficult because they also talk about how do I go back to my people and tell them that where is your money being spent, especially the government funding, right? So, there are a couple of organizations which really have done a wonderful work with bringing in donors to take them through about the work and how shift actually takes place. I think we have to do it more, and not as an individual organization but as a group, and center the work around the issue, not about I'm working with women, I'm working with girls, I'm working with men and boys. These are the change that we want to have, but ultimately it's the issue, right? So I think that might be one way of shifting. Thank you.
Can I just, we talked about the outcomes and also talk about, the work that is done with the men and boys. Ultimately, it's going to impact the outcomes for the women empowerment also, whether it's violence against women or caregiving. So, can the government funding for women empowerment projects, the gender budgeting thing, where a certain portion of all the projects have to be spent on women empowerment, can we use those also for these projects or issues? I'm just wondering.
Hi, I'm Sapna from ICRW. I'm wondering that we are looking so outward in terms of strategies and, talking to donors, collaborating between organizations. I think one of the things that we in the civil society also have to talk about is synergies within the organizations, right? We are raising funds which are for specific programs. Now we've established, like Ravi said, we've established now the need to work with men and boys. The evidence to work with men and boys is very clearly established. So within organizations who work on issues of gender, equity, human rights, can engaging men and boys be a cross-cutting thing within organizations first? I think there first, perhaps one of the first shifts in strategies may come, because there's constantly this tussle between whether gender should be a standalone thing or whether it should be cross-cutting. Similarly, with men and masculinities, I feel like today we are at that point, and especially in this conversation around resources. When you're already running so many programs on gender, can masculinities and men and boys work be cross-cutting in terms of a component, in terms of a strategy, that you will work with men and boys through campaigns or through something or the other, that there will be engagement of men and boys in some way or the other? And I think the second point is around measurement. What does change, what kind of change is really valued in our sector, right? What is it that we are looking for? Funders will always ask for scale, but is scale possible in this kind of work? Secondly, any other kind of evidence that we present comes across as anecdotal. These are anecdotes. So what kind of change is really valued? Is the change that some boys in a few villages are going to take water, right? They are doing the water filling responsibilities. Is that change not valuable enough, right? Who decides? So I think we all also have to be a little unapologetic in terms of whatever change we are creating. I think maybe we need to own it a little bit more and be clearer, at least in our heads, that what does change look like for us? Then maybe our narratives and our conviction in front of funders will be stronger, perhaps.
Hello, I'm Rishabh from Mukkamar. So this might be diverting our discussion a little, but in terms of, I'm not talking particularly about funding, but about larger narrative building for the society in general. I feel like there is a tension that sits there. I feel like my reflection is to tread that particular aspect with a lot of caution, because I feel that while there is in, and I can't say this in any better words, but there are enough issues with men like me to whine about and then say that we want to whine about certain things. So there are enough spaces to say that we can't cry, and basically to say that we want to cry, and we keep on saying those in certain safe spaces and all of this. And every few years, if I look at, and particularly speaking in terms of social trends, every few years there is a trend that there is a certain desirable archetype that emerges, that every adolescent tries to follow, that this is the kind of man who I want to be. Some days it will be Ritik, some days it will be Amir, or everyone. And they create different, within different ecosystems, whether it be sport or movies, they create different models for themselves. If we see the recent trend, I feel that the archetype is that you create a kind of a man who is soft and who does all those performative things that we are talking about, who does, and I'm not talking about all the people, I'm talking about a certain segment here who does a lot of care work, who does indulge in a lot of housework, but under the garb of that, there is a lot of violence that they eventually perpetrate. So I feel like while there is merit in doing a lot of work with men, and I feel like when we talk about things like loneliness or all of these things from a narrative building lens, I think there needs to be a caution that we need to tread with, because what it might pander to is that same victimhood that men don't need, because ultimately, let's be honest, we do benefit from a lot from the structure that it is. And mostly we do benefit, it's only certain few harms that we do, but the harms are clearly so much on the other side. That is something that I would like to say.
Thank you. I think there's been a lot of reflections. One is that, would you like to just reflect on all these reflections? Any point that you want to add to this or respond to any questions?
No, I just had one point about this anti-gender movements which are happening. Our response as a consolidated collective is not yet evolving. Right from the days when 498A was told that it is being misused, thereafter you had the DB Act, thereafter you had the POSH Act, and you find now Men's Day being observed on 19th November, and there are large number of people from the progressive side using that day to engage with men, talk about male suicides and all. But unless we take a stand, that I personally have taken a stand that on that day I will not take part, because you are giving credence to that day which has no basis, unlike the Women's Day background. And when you talk on that day, you are giving credence that Men's Day is required, men's ministry is required, separate. So, one has to call out men when you know there are men who are falling, and you don't take a stand actively. So I find that a large number of we saw in the morning about Save Family International, they are using strategies to include women as protagonists and talking about how men are now at the receiving end. So it's a long, their battle is to have all the laws converted to gender neutral laws, and we don't have a united force to answer that. We are still in small, voices murmuring. So that's, I would.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Sapna said and talk a little bit about funding and evidence, right? And because I think the two go hand in hand. I think one is from the funder perspective, to be a lot less prescriptive about evidence, right? So if I can take RNP's approach, right, where they basically said, kind of, you can use this opportunity to help create evidence, but it's totally up to you, and it's you decide what evidence you want to generate, right? And so I think that created a lot of opening for us to look at very different kind of methods. And I think the second thing specifically related to that is, I think we have to stop looking at qualitative research and qualitative evidence as anecdotal, right? I mean, we keep kind of selling ourselves short and kind of apologizing, saying, oh, it's only anecdotal. But I don't think that systematically and rigorously done qualitative work is anecdotal. And I think, especially when it comes to gender, there's a lot that you cannot capture just quantitatively, right? And I think having that conversation with donors as well, in terms of what do you actually saying when you say evidence, do you only mean numbers? And can we look beyond that, and why it's important to look beyond that is very important. And when we talk about action, I think that's something personally I'm very invested in and would love to speak to anyone who's also kind of invested in that and see how we can take those conversations forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the point on evidence building, it's also like our study showed that many of the partners were not even able to systematically document the lessons, document the stories of change because of the lack of funding. And I think in this space, RNP's openness, flexibility to support seems to be very different from other potential funders. I think so. Like one of the takeaways I really feel, one is that how should we come together to have a clear strategy in terms of just the working collaboratively working together, but also expanding that to having a strategy to engage with funders, potential funders. Because, any funder who is committed, believing in this space, in this issue, is a given. And that support is there in every way. But what about other? I mean, clearly the available resource is not enough. So how should we go about either in both ways, leveraging our internal resources, but also we need to leverage external resources. What is the best way? So definitely we need to do both ways, both from programming and also funding perspective. So thank you both of you for sharing your thoughts, your experiences, bringing in here. And thank you all of you for your reflection, for your very thoughtful, forward-looking expressions and experiences. Now I finally call upon Ravi for the vote of thanks, concluding remarks and vote of thanks. That's completely your decision. That's it.
Thank you. I begin first thanking RNP for, I think, for setting this whole stage. Because I think the first fatherhood, the study report that was supported has set the impetus, and the kind of work that they're supporting is really, we appreciate and look forward to taking these small pieces of work into the policy spaces and market spaces, very well articulated by many speakers here and endorsed by all of us. I'm really not going to summarize anything. I really think that a lot of analysis in terms of headwinds, political and structural and personal have been listed out. So we would continue to reflect on this. We'll continue to bring together these kind of discussions. Please look at the report. Please send us your critical comments. And ICRW and my colleagues will be very happy to respond any specific queries or questions. And we look forward to working with you all as we move forward. So thank you so much. Thanks, team. Let me see if you had given me the list of names for thanking. So Gates Foundation is the one that supported this particular piece of study. So thanks to them. I wish they were here, but for some reason that could not happen. I think you were talking to donors. I think you should be talking to those who directly supported the study. They should be here, and you can send them a note. And all other speakers, all of you who have reflected together. Thank you so much. So see you soon again for another discourse, another meeting. But in the meantime, please continue to give us your comments and feedback. Look forward to talking to you on, right?
Let's continue our conversation over tea.
Thank you so much.
Let's have tea.